ourselves as a trade body. We see ourselves as a representation of the diversity of this country. So we didn't call it an association, we deliberately called it a federation. This is therefore the News Broadcasters Federation. It represents the federal spirit of this country. And I must say today, it gives me so much pride to say, when we have meetings of the NBF, people join on the Zoom call from diverse parts of the country with their own perspectives. And sometimes people ask me, what is it like running the NBF? I said, it is more complicated than a coalition government. But I can tell you it's more stable than most coalition governments in this country. Because everyone comes together for that common purpose. Sir, we are delighted today to tell you that no news organization in this country has ever organized a national event at this scale ever, and we have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. We want to give voice, so I want to also thank all my various fantastic colleagues at the NBF for giving me this opportunity. Through the day we will have wonderful sessions. We have some of the biggest names, Venkaiah ji, from the media, news, business and industry who are joining us today. Several people are there. I see three of my close friends here, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, who has travelled all the way. We have Mr. Shashi Sinha, who is from IPG and also the chairman of BARC, and therefore very important to us. And we have PK, who is the CEO of Group M in South Asia. These are people who have supported the news industry for years and seen various ups and downs of the news industry. Venkaiah ji, the fact that so many stakeholders are coming on one platform leaves me with one conclusion which I will wrap up with. Why are so many important people from the industry here today? Because they believe in the news. They believe in the news. News is a fundamental instrument of democratic change in our country. And we are here today to strengthen the news and strengthen the country's democracy. So big thank you to all of you and a big round of applause for the News Broadcasting Federation. Thank you very much, and let's have a wonderful day. Let's have a wonderful day, and we all look forward to your speech, sir. You've been MIB Minister before you became Vice President. You are really passionately involved with the media, so we look forward to hearing you, sir. They'll soon invite you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnav, for that. We are sure that Mr. Venkaiah Naidu will have a very unique perspective today of the entire journey which Arnav spoke about, the entire journey which Indian media has witnessed since post-independence, the economic liberalization, and since the COVID pandemic, when soft services and the role of all media has become more prominent and consequential more than ever. Mr. Venkaiah Naidu will address us today and tell us about his unique perspective and his thoughts of where our fourth pillar of democracy is headed. Requesting Mr. Venkaiah Naidu to please address our gathering today, sir.
Namaskar. Sri Arnab Goswami, Sri Varun Das, Sri Nika Bhuyan Sharma, Jagriti Panda, Kartikeya Sharma, CEOs of our various media groups, brothers and sisters, I am very happy to be amidst you all today, this morning. When Arnab told me that there is a conference, I was a little worried because it may clash with my program. But finally, when we finalized the program to Singapore and Malaysia, as a prior commitment, it worked out so well that I could come back yesterday. And today morning, I could join you all. Just now Arnab has explained to us about the News Broadcasters Federation is the largest news federation with over 55 members. What I find heartening is that your organization has maximum presentation from regional broadcasters across the length and breadth of the country. I got freedom on August 11th, so I will do away with this protocol prepared speech and I will try to speak extempore from my heart what I feel about the media and its role and responsibility. Earlier, because of the constitutional responsibility, there is a set amount of protocol and speeches, of course, they were discussed, but they are prepared because they say it's better to have a written speech. It was little difficult for me, but we managed somehow. But now, as I told you, I have freedom. My views about media organizations, management is very simple. The media has to be neutral. You should neither be left or right. You should be straight, simple. Number one. Number two, the media must have a passion for the nation and they must do it with perfection. Passion for the nation, it's like a service. So passion for the nation, take it as a mission without expecting any commission or doing any omission or giving any remission. That should be the passion. Politics, media, education, health, these are the sectors where people used to take it as a mission. Lot of changes have come in politics. That missionary zeal is diluted. There is a change in the attitude of the medical profession also. We have seen in COVID how certain people have done a great service, certain people have exploited the people. And also we have seen the media also over the years. A lot of people, they start channels. I am very happy, a lot of national, regional channels. I always feel hesitant to call it as regional. What is regional? Of course, we are a federal country, we have different states, all of us come together because we believe that we are one nation, India, that is Bharat. These languages of India, they should be really encouraged because they are the language of the people. When I became chairman of Rajya Sabha, I told them also, you can speak in any language of your choice. First to start with 22 languages in the schedule. And there is a translation. System is being worked out to make it perfect and people started feeling comfortable. Because at the end of the day, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, people in the countryside, they know only their language. Very few people know English. I am not against English, but my preference is always for a mother tongue. First mother tongue, then brother tongue, afterwards any other tongue, no problem. Because people understand their mother tongue better, easily, and they are able to articulate better in their mother tongue. That's why wherever I go, I stress on this. People should be allowed to speak in mother tongue, should understand. Now with this new technology, with this aerogram or whatever you call it as, you speak in Hindi, Telugu, and then little away you will be speaking in their mother tongue also. That is the day I want to see that perfection. Everybody must be able to speak in their mother tongue. It's channels. That way they got a greater responsibility and they were doing a great service to the people. The mother tongue is like eyesight. The other language English is like spectacles. If you have eyesight, spectacles will work. If you don't have eyesight, even if you wear ribbon glasses also, zuban se kuch aayega nahi. This is the plain truth. So keeping that in mind, I am happy that there are a lot of channels growing across the country in the respective national, regional languages, local languages, and that trend should be encouraged further because they reach people, come closer. A lot of channels are being started. So the people, they come to me, sir, message. As INB minister, I experienced it. Later even as vice president also, some friendly people, they come and ask for a message. I give them simple message in Telugu, I say it, Satyaniki daggaraga, Sancharananiki duranga. Satyaniki daggaraga means be nearer to the truth. Sancharananiki duranga means keep away from sensationalism. Sensationalism is senseless. So you have to be always nearer the truth. And second opinion, strong opinion I have is that both news and views should be separate. Well, the same channel or same newspaper, but news has to be news, undiluted, without giving any color. And then views, of course, there is an editor, there is an editorial page, there are articles also, even I do write articles also. And people should be left with have their own judgment. That is my second point of view. And thirdly, nothing can be done free, as I said, because no commission and all. You can't run the newspaper or a channel freely, because they are not freely available. Newsprint also is becoming costly, and also the channels also. But it should be reasonable in the broader sense of serving the people. And information, passing on the information to the people. Because information with confirmation is more than an ammunition. This has to be understood by one and all. Information with confirmation is more than an ammunition. You just inform and you make it headline and then leave it. That's not good. The media people, I also was the spokesperson of the political party for some time, and I was in BJP. So the media people, some of them, they feel that they are knowledgeable more than anybody else, and they can question. You must question, otherwise it's like a parliament without opposition. So questions has to be there, and then you must analyze also, and then give your opinion also. But questioning, as I told you, to strengthen democracy, you need opposition. You need other voice. But it should be voice, not the nice. In Parliament also I tell the friends, Babu, whatever you want to say. Talk out. If you disagree and not satisfied, walk out. Talk out or walk out, but don't do breakout. Because breakout ultimately will lead to all out of democracy. Same thing with regard to media also. You argue, let there be other person be given an opportunity, counter argument, then analyze, some experts, so visleshana, analyzing in a better sense. That is very much required so that the people can come to a judgment. But unfortunately in the media, particularly in the print media, we see a lot of people, they combine views and news. Even in the channels also I see some that channel has a view. Yes, you are right, you have a view. But it should be your view only. Don't portray it as a national view. Whether it is national or irrational or rational, that should be decided by the people, the viewers. They are the supreme bosses in a democracy. People are the ultimate. My dear friends, one is the constitution. Second is the rule of law. Third, as I told you, being nearer to truth, on the side of the truth. And fourth one is we must stand by the oppressed and suppressed and depressed people. We must give voice to the voiceless. We must also give importance to the end the gender discrimination. 50% of the people are women, so they should be given their rightful place, their issues, their concern should be highlighted in a proper perspective manner. And also there are problems in different regions of the country, in different nature. Yes, they should also be given voice and then special analysis. And coming to the languages, of course, as I told you, mother tongue, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayali, Marathi, Assami, Punjabi, Bhojpuri, Dogri, all these languages are important. At the same time, we as a nation, we should also try to promote our other languages. You learn your language, be proud, promote, but at the same time try to learn as many languages as possible. It's not possible for everybody to learn more and more languages, but try to learn one more or two more languages. Try to speak languages which are dominant in the country, which large number of people speak. Hindi, Bangla, Tamil, Telugu, like that many. I am not giving any grading. So this, if you are familiar with more languages, you are more comfortable. More opportunities will come to you, more information. And then, when I go to that side, deeper south, because you know political divide, some people have strong views. Why should one learn Hindi? My answer is very simple. I gave a formula to them also. One, no imposition. Second, no opposition. That should be the position. No imposition of any language. But at the same time, no opposition to any language. Why should we oppose any language? Even I am a strong, ardent admirer of mother tongues, but at the same time, I don't have opposition to English. It's an international language. In certain places, you need to know English. So we should not oppose anything. Why we stress more on that is that we must have a Indian mindset, not English mindset. Because after all, we are Indians. That is one important aspect I would like to bring to your notice. And then rule of law. Everybody should follow the rule of law. Nobody can be above law. Either a politician, or elected representative, or selected representative, or media, everybody should follow the rule of law. This federation, which is formed with a wide representation from different states and different languages of the country. It needs to be strengthened. I hope that more and more people join, come together, discuss, and also should really follow the true principles and essential principles of freedom of press, and should be in the vanguard of protecting democratic structure of the country and also promote national integration. अलग भाषा अलग वेश फिर भी अपना एक देश, विविधता में एकता भारत का विशेषता. Irrespective of caste, creed, sex, religion and region, we are Indians, we are Bharatiyas. That sort of principle has to be kept in mind. During the COVID, the media has played a great role. The medical fraternity and the media was able to pass on the information to the people and also worked as a link. So I compliment the media and do not cross the Lakshman Rekha. Nobody should cross the Lakshman Rekha. All of us should follow the democratic principles and also abide by the Constitution. Nothing wrong if you want to change in Constitution, you can argue for that, you can put forth your point of view, because our Constitution has been changed a number of times, amended also. But at the same time, whatever is in vogue, we should respect that. This has to be kept in mind by one and all. My dear friends, I don't want to give a long lecture. This federation, this meeting inauguration is meant for discussion, exchange of views. to strengthen journalism, to strengthen the cause of the people, to exchange for better ideas, because exchange of ideas will always help us to strengthen our resolve. And we can also hear success stories from different regions and different states. And knowing those success stories, methods they followed, the others can also improve better or give their ideas to others. That's why I am always happy with an exchange program and with a conference like this. My dear friends, of course, though I have completed my tenure on August 11th, as I said, I am retired but not tired. I'll be going around the country, meeting people, greeting people, talking with people, walking with people, spending time with the people. That is my favorite pastime. I'll continue. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji, for that wonderful, wonderful opening address. Gentlemen, let's put our hands together again for Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji for being here and delivering that from the heart, passionate opening address on news media. Thank you, Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji, for gracing us with your presence. With that cracker of an opening address, it's time to kick-start the NBF National Conclave for the day. And with the first session, we're just getting ready for the first session. I'd like to invite my colleagues Uday and Niranjan to tell you all about what this first session of NBF National Conclave is all about. Uday and Niranjan.
Thank you very much, Krishna. Yes, after that opening address by the former Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu, who's really set the tone and tenor through his classic and, of course, customary one-liners, talking to you, of course, about where the media is headed, where the fourth pillar of democracy is headed. And now, the first panel of the day is actually about the theme of today's inaugural NBF Conclave, Future of the News Industry. Yes, that's the topic for the first panel of the day. The discussion is of utmost importance in order to capture the true potential, scale and scalability of the news media in India today. The future of news media must bring together a mutually respected collaboration, remember, ladies and gentlemen, of individuals who ensure that the business of news is free and fair from any undue influence, as Venkaiah ji just stated as well. And this is no ordinary feat. This is not easy to achieve. For the ecosystem to reap and rise to its true value proposition, it's very crucial to have India Inc. as an equal partner. This is something that cannot be done alone. In the news genre, for advertisers also to give it more importance than simply entertainment, and for news as well to command the trust, to earn the trust and respect of its patrons across the country. We truly have a remarkable panel to start off the conclave. They're all part of this inaugural session. Niranjan will give you more details about them. But first, let's quickly have a look at this special AV telling you more about this inaugural session.
Is a fountainhead of potential. Indian news media is ready to grow the global order. The need of the hour is collaboration by the entire ecosystem. It is time for India Inc. to see news as a partner in growth. It's time to ensure news business is free from any undue influence. Now is the time to give the news genre the attention it deserves. Today, the NBF News Conclave on the future of news, we will deliberate on the future of the news industry.
And for this session, may I invite Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, who will chair the session on future of news industry, along with an eminent panel of speakers. They're doyens of the industry, each one of them a strategic thinker, and they've seen the evolution of the news industry. Speaking about Barun Das, Barun Das is an alumnus of IIT Madras, IIM Calcutta and London School of Economics and Political Science. An industry veteran, he served in leadership roles with top media brands after having taken an entrepreneurial break. Barun, who joined TV9 Network as its CEO in 2019, has successfully transformed the network as a national news powerhouse. As for our speakers today, we have with us Prashant Kumar, CEO of Group M, a doyen of the industry who has grown with the organization for 15 years. Now, Group M is the world's leading media investment company, responsible for more than $60 billion in annual media spend. Thank you, Vikram. Thank you, Prashant, for being with us. Vikram Sakuja is the equity partner and group CEO of Madison Media and OOH, India's largest independent media agency. And in this career spanning over 30 years, he's represented several reputed brands. Mr. Sakuja has also sat on several industry body and boards committees, including ASCI, ABC, RSCI, BARC and FICCI. Thank you, Vikram, for being with us this morning. Mr. Shashi Sinha is the elected chairman of the Broadcast Audience Research Council of BARC and CEO at IPG Media Brands India. He's also a board member of the Advertising Agencies Association of India and the chairman of the Media Research Users Council. Mr. Sinha has also been involved with various industry bodies such as the Advertising Standards Council of India and the Ad Club. Over there.
Yes, we also have Kartikeya Sharma with us today, founder of ITV Network. ITV Network, of course, has been the fastest growing network across the country with a presence across multiple languages and states across the country, from TV to digital to the print medium as well. Kartikeya Sharma is also Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. May I invite all of our speakers, all of our panelists to please come to the stage, and our moderator as well, to kick things off for this inaugural session. Barun, the floor is yours. Over to you for this riveting conversation that I promise we'll be witnessing over the course of the next few minutes.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable former Vice President has just very succinctly laid out the role of the fourth estate, which is the media, and his words of encouragement will keep us going further. You know how news has started? To my mind, that in India it started in 1780, the Bengal Gazette. Started with singing praise for the Sahibs. From there you had like-minded people, high net worth individual, all backed by funds. People came out with newspapers to percolate certain vision, to drive a mission. Subhash Chandra Bose's Swaraj is one such thing which mobilized the freedom fight. And then post-independence, 70s and 80s, it used to be primarily anti-establishment driven. In came economic liberalization in 1991, in the early 90s. From there, media has seen a different course altogether in our existence. We turned ourselves into a business outfit. So, are we really a business? These are the questions that we live every day with, all of us who are here, who own media, who run medias. But are we a business? And if you're a business, are we in content business? And if you are in content business, we are unable to create content. We don't create content. And there are several other challenges. I think most of us, especially the news industry, news organizations, we have factory size of workforce. I mean, for instance, TV9 Network has close to 4,000 people working. And most of them journalists. And the acumen and intelligence of those journalists will match that of the politicians. So you deal with factory size of workforce. However, you deal with intellectually sound, strong people. And then came the existential dilemma, that are we the fourth estate or are we the business? So I would open the discussion with our panelists, starting with Prashant, Vikram, Shashi and Karthik would give the other side, other perspective of the other side. That do you think that if you were wearing the hat of a news channel head, how would you have balanced this? The existential identity, that of the fourth estate, at the same time, you got to run your business, you got to look at your bottom line, you got to pay salaries, you got to give increments the next year. So starting with Prashant, how would you have balanced this?
Yeah, thanks, Varun. First of all, good morning and many congrats to the entire NBF for, organizing a great event like this and wish you all the very best. It's great to see all of you coming together, right? Okay. I think, Varun, this question actually is a very common question nowadays every organization asks, right? Because I think it's evolving. Every year, every quarter is an evolving space. And I think from a news perspective, yes, I definitely feel news will always stay, right? News is an essential aspect of not just information, but also getting updated, right? And therefore, as you said, a content that is authentic, a content that is representing what is the truth is essential for everybody to get updated. So there is a balance of content that is required there, right? When it comes to looking at running business, I think that's where we have to look at multiple and versatile aspects of how every asset that we create can be leveraged, right? I think advertising is one part of the business, right? I think content appeal and demand of content and having a monetization model is another part of the business. I think within the content, finding opportunities to help consumers in touch and connected and therefore leverage that for brands is probably another way to look at running models. I think the assets that every one of you is creating today beyond one single medium and leveraging into multiple other medium gives you opportunities to expand the opportunities to monetize and therefore maximize the potential of how we look at the business. All of this, and every time I keep asking the question that how are we leveraging technology enough for business, right? I think a lot of it has progressed from reporting, a lot of it has progressed on the content aspect where we've indulged and used and leveraged the tech part. Now how do we use that for running the business more and more? The answers lie there, and this will keep evolving as well because there will be new practices, there will be new models, there will be new products, new services that each one of us will start applying as and when we start see the evolution happening. I think it is important for us to debate on that, deliberate on that and create innovative ways of looking at and running that business. I pass it on to
Vikram. He's given a perspective overall, but I don't think that we've touched upon that specific point. If you can elucidate us that as a fourth estate, can we also be a business outfit? Are there conflicts of interest?
Great. Okay, thanks, Padma. So it's like this. We have to still carry out our responsibilities of being the fourth estate and sort of always being a pillar of the democracy. At the same time, we have to also make sure that we pay the salaries and run a profitable business. Now, there are a couple of things that in the business that we are working in news, currently the two main ways of earning money are going to be either subscription or advertising. And
For news, it is advertising.
It's really advertising.
5 to 7%.
Absolutely. So it's all coming down to advertising. Now, the simple answer to this is going to be that if you are going to run a business, somewhere I just feel the way the Indian news, while at one level it's absolutely blooming, but at the same time it's also now mushroomed in sense, and mushroom means that there's too much fragmentation. The reality is, whatever you might try to do, there will be a certain pot that news can earn. Now, if that is going to be distributed across 200 players or is going to be distributed across 30 players, that's wherein the key to profitability lies. So my first point is, it's not an easy answer, but I think consolidation is going to be required in case you really want to have a thriving, profitable business. The second, and I think that's where is probably more practical for today's thing, I mean that's the actionable point, let's try to create more value in what we are doing and try to extract more value. Since we're talking advertising, really, the role of in media, when our clients come and spend money, they use media as a distribution pipe for ads. So basically, if you have to get your ads seen, how can we get it? And TV channels is of course the way we go about it, and within that we look at news, we look at entertainment and a whole lot of others. So purely as a distribution pipe, you just put you put a value to the impressions that you're getting and the reach that you're getting, and that's how you value it. But you also use media as a way to do associative marketing. And more importantly, a higher level order than associative marketing is sponsorship. Sponsorship is essentially like whatever, IPL, Olympics. People pay a top dollar to sponsor those. Now that is because somewhere the passions that people have with those properties is so high that if some of that passion can be appropriated by a brand, it's a huge game changer for them, and they're willing to pay the premium. I dare say that news has not really, they do a lot of associative marketing, a lot of it is branding. I think it can be made a little bit better towards brand building, but the sponsorship area is one where properties that you create, they should really be high passion properties, and if they're high passion properties, you should be able to extract a top dollar. So my first thing is consolidate, please, otherwise it will get increasingly difficult, and try to get more value out of the higher order role of media, i.e. associative marketing and sponsorship.
Right, consolidation, yes, that could be a way forward, but individually when the channel comes up, we've always seen that the purpose of launching a news channel often is not profitability. That is where the dilemma comes in. That's where
But I thought that was your question.
No, I know, not for everyone I'm saying. That for us, those who are running serious business, obviously it's a serious business. But many times if you see that 600 odd news channels which have mushroomed in the country, maybe one of them would not have a profitability motive. Now Shashi, you wear two very important hats, chairman of IPG, chairman of BAR. From the pedestal, how do you see, do you feel happy about this dilemma that we live with? Do you have a solution for us?
Thank you for asking the question. I have a solution, I have a practical solution. So can I be heard? Yeah. Yes. So let me say first a few things. Firstly, thank you for inviting us, three of us. It's peculiar. This morning at breakfast I was thinking, we are very good friends, the three of us. Probably this is the first time we are on stage together. So thank you NBF, probably. But therein lies a tale. You'll be surprised that the amount we collaborate with each other. We are competitors, we are bitter competitors. Between the three of us and a few others, we control 70-75%. I'm not saying it negatively, I'm saying it positively. 70-75% of the addicts per television. I say to the leadership of NBF and I say to everyone in the room, you'll be surprised at the amount we collaborate and the stuff we collaborate on industry issues. We are bitter competitors. When I say bitter, we fight tooth and nail. But by night, we work very closely together on industry issues like what is our compensation, what is our remuneration, how do we improve. This morning, Prashant and me were having a chat on how do we, and we move, So the message I want to give that there is huge, well, Vikram spoke of consolidation, I think, and I can go on, I can go in detail of how we collaborate, I think one of the biggest things for the news broadcasters would be to collaborate. There are many ways. There's no doubt that PK is the number one company. There was some debate on who the number two was, but that was sorted out over a period of time, yeah. But in news there's a lot of confusion, who's number one, who's number two, who's number three, who's number four. No one's number three, number four, everyone's number one. So I think if you start collaborating, if you start talking to each other, so you fight by day. I'm sure everyone has a right to say, but as an industry, which is what this federation is for together, how do we take each other's interest? A lot of issues will get sorted out. So when you compete, when we compete, we don't run each other down, you know. Consequently, what happens is our clients don't ask questions, what are you guys saying? We do what we do. Yeah. But when we collaborate, I tell you, the fist is stronger. A lot of you don't understand this. Hopefully not too many clients sitting in this room, but they see the fist coming. And people fall in line. The toughest of clients, the global clients, we agreed on basis of certain guidelines put out by broadcasters that we, with your permission, I'm going to spell it out as an illustration, you know, that we will give pricing in a particular way. Auditors had come into our business and they were pricing, they were going channel wise. We said, no, we will do it in a particular way, whether we will do it in whatever way we did. I can assure you, global clients, the biggest of clients globally, when we have done what we have done, have fallen in line. Because that's the way the industry works. So my summation is, and we are doing something even more dramatic. We met, without going into details, we meet, the joke in the company is that my colleagues tell me you meet PK, Vikram and Sam and Anupriya more often than you meet us. So the limited point I'm making is, the big message to your question is, you collaborate all these issues, whether it's content related, whether it's what the former vice president said, you know, in terms of pillar of democracy, whether it's the business issues, a lot of hurdles will be sorted out. That's my appeal to all of you sitting in this room.
Right, thank you, Shashi. Karthik.
So I don't think there's any doubt that the core function of a media business is to, be the fourth estate and imbibe the qualities of a democratic setup, that is. But that doesn't take us away from the fact that you're running a business at the end of the day. You run a business profitably or not is relative, in my opinion. It depends on what you want. Do you want growth? You want profitability? How do you approach the business? But like most other businesses, in other genres and other fields, we have a systematic problem in the news industry at multiple levels. So we spoke about the only source of revenue being advertisement, which should not be the case, ideally. And if that were to change, obviously the revenue streams and income streams would also change. But the larger point over here is that, we have to look at the systematic problem that plagues the industry and why we are in the position that we are. And that is at multiple levels. The first being that, not realizing the fact that, this industry is changing and evolving a lot. And the bulk of the challenge, since we spoke about consolidation and other factors, is not coming from within. It's coming from new avenues and new areas that are becoming challengers. So, traditional broadcast businesses are now actually facing challenge from independent content creators. And I think going forward, we really need to concentrate on how we actually monetize each and every aspect just to extend to what PK was saying. How do we monetize each and every aspect of it and create new revenue streams? We can't be traditionally based on just pure play advertising and think that is what will make us profitable per se. There's also, a whole reorientation of how we approach solutions and problems. So it's a tough business, it goes without saying. It's not an easy business because it's highly capital intensive, human resource intensive, but it's changing in multiple manifestations. I think the most important point here is also to understand that the industry is evolving. And while we have not reached a finite point, it is like any other capital economy and capital market. Until unless you don't remove the inefficiencies from the system, the businesses will not become very profitable. To inefficiencies, I'm talking about reach, I'm talking about distribution, I'm talking about other factors which tend to take away a large chunk of the monies from the businesses per se. Whereas being a content creator and being free to air networks, we should be able to decimate our content and it should be able to reach to the last person free of cost. Well, these are problems, systematic problems which lie in the system. And if they were actually in spirit, in letter and spirit, brought in the way they are supposed to be, I don't think the business should be unprofitable.
Right. Thank you, Karthik. My bit on it is that I think any business or any identity will have to be true to the core. I don't think that any one of us can afford to contradict our existence, which is that of a fourth estate. And business should happen around it, which is a byproduct. I mean, if you're true to your core and if you're efficient enough, I think business comes. But even then, there are challenges. Like Karthik spoke about evolution, still evolving. News industry always faces some atypical challenges, which is typical to us, which is not there in the industry. Like for instance, I think we say television media. Television media generalizing GECs and news. I think GEC and news, as far as business structure is concerned, is as diverse as between news and FMCG. You know, GEC, you go the traditional way, you figure out what the consumer wants, you create that content and you disseminate that. But here, we don't create content. So there are challenges and the stagnation of growth. In fact, it's a degrowth. So the industry faces challenges, and the biggest challenge then again is that it's free to air. And as Karthik said, while it is free to air, to reach the consumer, we have to shell out from our pocket. So don't you think that, starting with maybe Vikram, that when we say news media and television media, we take a liberty of generalizing that. They are not one and the same, and the challenges are very typical to news industry.
Look, I'm not sure I'll agree that from an advertising standpoint, we need to have different standards for the news genre and say general entertainment or sports.
No, one sec, Vikram. Here, many of these questions, we've got this forum. This is a very unique forum where three of you are together. You are a very important stakeholder. But not every answer or every reaction needs to be from the advertiser's point of view. I mean, you can go beyond that, and we're the head of a business leader and respond to the predicaments and challenges that we face.
In that case, rephrase your question, because I think I'm hearing you say that you're finding that overall news is degrowing. Is that the question?
Look, the question is news possible. It's not a question, it's a proposition. The way I look at news and GEC, I feel that they are not one and the same. And the predicaments and the challenges are unique to news industry. And yet, like as I said, that we're free to air and we still have to shell out money for reaching the consumers.
No, absolutely, there is no question that news and GEC are not the same. Although some channels you might argue that there are more entertainment than news, but by and large, as a genre, it is much more. News is of course completely different. Just like sports is completely different from general entertainment as is movies. So yes, obviously, that's why we call them different genres, because they are fundamentally different. The reason why people come to them are different. So from that standpoint, look, I think again, you've called me, I'm a media person, so you'll get that perspective.
Right. You always come up with
the reality here is, and I think the beauty about news is that everybody likes to seek out news. So the reach, amongst all the TV viewing population, the reach for news is really, really high. The thing is that there's reach and there's time spent.
That's right.
And these two things make up viewership. So people, when during the COVID days, when people were anxious, they wanted to know more information about how to survive, I think the news genre did a human service. They did fantastic work to get the best panelists, best doctors. There's such great content that it became so sticky. All of us were spending hours on news genre just because we needed to know more. The share of news went up from 7% of all TV viewing to 20%. That's because people were hungry, and you guys filled that void with some fantastic work. But the same thing, when it gets back into normal news, reality is that people will come, take the news, spend a few minutes and get out. That's reality. What we try to do is, oh my God, I reached 20, now why am I back down to 5 or 6, I have to go back to 20. Then you start doing things which is not true to your fourth estate, it's not true to your core. Because then you suddenly said, I've tasted blood with 20% viewership share, how do I get back? And that's when things unravel.
Right, so Prashant, and I would tend to agree with you, Vikram, that if the content is good, with that kind of reach, you should have had higher viewership, the news industry, and the precedence is there. When we dished out content which is in the interest of people during COVID, a 3 times jump that we've seen. So, your bit to it, Prashant.
Yeah, see, definitely none of all this are same. GC is not same as news, so are languages, so are markets. But my humble request is there is also a customer which is our client.
Advertiser.
Yeah. So whatever we are doing, we are trying to help the client or the advertiser to find a progress in their business. That's why they are advertising. Correct. And if you put the fundamental aspect that as part of our thinking on creating solutions, I think all answers will come from there. It is a fact that there are solutions which only has news channels as part of the solution. It is a fact. It is also a fact, unfortunately, that some markets may not be there in a solution for a particular campaign. And sometimes maybe some of the genres like music or sports or news may not be there in some of the campaigns where an advertiser is creating a solution, which is a co-creation, right? Now therefore, what does this mean? It means that we have to focus on the solution, which will actually bring the advertiser again feel confident that I have to be focusing on the solution, again repeat it and see a lot more longevity to the solution that we are able to strengthen, right? So I don't think we should base it with asking a question, are we all different? We are different. Definitely we are different, right? The solution on print is different to radio. I look at media, look at within genre, right? But at the same time, if we all focus to create solutions that will create success for our customers, right? Our customers are in the space advertisers, right? We are creating solutions on that. Similarly, we have consumers where we position our content, etc. We also have, we are looking at a balance, right? I think there is strong value that can come on. And as Vikram mentioned, sponsorship, he meant properties, right? If we're able to create some content which will actually help the brands to connect with consumers, I think that's a great opportunity. We're able to get tech solutions, allowing them to say that we can give you some of the tasks that you want to solve for certain markets using languages. Fantastic opportunity, right? I think this is all telling us that we have abundant opportunities to create stronger solutions to our advertisers, and that is where the answers lie on our progress. And I'm definitely confident each one of us has many more assets that can be leveraged.
That's brilliant, Prashant. I think you hit the nail on the head that we are limited only by our capability to innovate. And if as long as we are solution driven and not really go and ask for advertisers their buck, but provide them solutions, I think they'll be far more keen and willing. And I think because our content is far more adjustable, unlike GEC is not fixed, we are in a position to innovate more, be more solution driven. So we'd keep that in mind. Shashi, again coming back here, obviously you also talked about consolidation. Vikram said about the number of news channels. While we are scrambling for 15% of the revenue share, but there are about 600 of us possibly. So that's the problem. But there's another radical thought which often can react to that. Do you feel that advertising driven, it might be radical, it is up for discussion. Do you think an advertising driven news media is some kind of an oxymoron? Like for instance, I'll tell you, who are our two largest segment of advertisers, the corporate world and the government, right? Shall we really expose a corporate house where he should be if he is one of the largest advertisers of us? And similarly for government. Is that an oxymoron? Does it self-defeat itself?
Hello? If you want a theoretical answer, I will say yes, you should keep them separate. But life is not like
theory. Life is not theory.
Yeah. So you have to have, need for survival, you need business. And it will be foolish to say, because I think the senior people, practical people sitting here, so it will be foolish to say that, you need this thing. Why can't you coexist? All over the world, whichever market, I don't know which market has free press, so I'm not as bright as all of you, But it's very difficult to figure out which market is absolutely in places, because you called out. But I'm sure a lot of these markets are advertising funded. Ratios may be different. India is probably more dominant, or news is probably more dominant advertiser funded. Elsewhere it is maybe somewhat less, but they are advertising funded, whether print or TV. There's no going away from that. I want to make a comment earlier to what Vikram and PK said. I fully agree with what they're saying. Just want to make a comment or make an observation more than anything else. There's a campaign running from a news network. Maybe a member of NBF, may not be a member of you, I'm not sure. But says our reach is more than GCs. I'm sure all of you have seen that campaign at this point in time. So I was in a dilemma. I was thinking about it, I wear multiple hats. So one hat which I will not talk about in this forum, I was wondering whether there's any violation of process, there. So it's a bit debatable, but that's a separate discussion. But I thought it was very good for the industry. I thought, if you see from our planner's point of view, and I'm saying this because today media is a volume game. People in our company, it is my company, I don't know, Vikram and PK's company, the youngsters take the decisions. We are the ones who come and give gyan in these forums. The actual decision making is being done by our youngsters, 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds who are running plans. For them, news has become a share game. So this news has become a share game. So they say, listen, if I have to take news is never part of a plan in terms of building up a curve out of it. It is, but it's always okay. What is the share of each of these news channels? So if they say, normally they take 4 or 5 news channels in a particular genre, Hindi news or whatever, and they say, okay, what is the share? Am I right? Because that's how it works, that these are the 4 or 5 channels we'll take. No one has looked at news as reach. So I thought, keeping, like I said, that thing hat aside, I thought it was a very interesting way of waking up our teams and the client teams saying, listen, news can be a reach builder. And if it is a news reach builder, how can we? So whether I like the idea of them comparing with GS or not is a separate matter. But I thought it was a very interesting way of looking at things. So I thought I'll leave this thought with you.
Right, Karthik.
I think Shashiji just hit the nail on the head. The problem is not that is it oxymoron that news should be dependent on advertising. I think the biggest tech companies in the world are based on advertising today. So, it's not a question of whether it should be based on advertising or not. The question is, should it be based on numbers? That's the premise. I think the biggest premise over here is not questioning advertising. The questioning of numbers is the biggest problem. And I think that's where bulk of the industry representatives were sitting on this panel. They need to shed some light that if news is what it is supposed to be, and it has to have that moral standing and all those factors that we talk about, why is it that the advertisers are only looking at numbers on news? Whereas that's not the only thing it's communicating. I mean, a channel can have 5% share, but who's to say which 5% of people are watching that channel? And what kind of TG is it bringing to the advertisers? So the slicing of the data and the kind of relativity that the advertiser needs also needs to be deep dived into, because it's a small part of the portion. Perhaps a lot of these companies are not doing that. I think that's my grouse.
That's a brilliant take, Karthik. So if you could quickly react to what he's saying, while as we just established the GECs and news are completely different, news also, I think the impact of news could have been a far greater parameter to decide the efficacy of a news channel. So Karthik is saying that why so much of emphasis only on numbers? Why do you buy both GEC and news under the same parameter?
Okay, now I think we're getting into the deep end of things. Things will get a little bit more hairy and interesting. Great. I think you raised a brilliant point. Look, as media planning has become more of a science, there is a reliance on numbers, reach, frequency, all that jazz. And people will look at numbers, and especially since they're professional managers who also have to sort of cover their backside, so to speak, they will be using numbers to actually come out with plans to justify, basically science to justify their plans. So that said, if I have to look, we're talking genres, if we have to look at GEC, sports, and all the other genres and then come to news, there are two ways in which we media agencies buy or do our deals. One is linked to ratings, and one is just a rate for 10 seconds that you guys are selling. I would say that actually the reality is that news, at least 50 to 60% of it, if not more, is being sold on a rate. It is not only rating. Rating is looked at, but as we stand right now, people are looking at both. Second thing is that when you come to owner-driven organizations, you'll find the owner-driven organization who doesn't have to worry about covering his backside. They'll take punts and calls very well by say, qualitatively, I believe this channel is better or with whatever, and they have a judgment. It's not a gut call only, it's a judgment. And they are willing to sort of go beyond numbers to actually take a call. So I wouldn't say it's a complete, we aren't living in a completely sort of anally number-driven land. I think it's somewhere in the middle. It is much better than it is for a whole number of genres. You need to be thankful for that. Can it become better? I think the conversations can become better. But that's where it is. I think the state of the nation right now is, it's not a completely hopeless that people are not only relying on numbers. I think another follow-up question, I think after we go down is let's get into the numbers themselves. I'd love to get into the numbers because I think with the vagaries, with what we have from rating system, and BARC chairman is sitting here, I lead the TechCom of BARC, so we have some idea about how the BARC ratings and even for news actually happen. I think we are trying to take too much out of those numbers. Too much. And I think that's a follow-up question. But right now, to answer your question, Karthikeya, or your observation, it's not so hopeless. I think people are taking calls. It's about 50-50.
Prashant, you would like to add something to this?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with every point. So let's face this, I mean, every brand does not have a potential 500 million customers to reach. And that's a fact. There are large FMCG companies where, they have a larger base to attend to, in retaining customers as well as recruiting new. But there are many categories within that same category or multiple categories where they are probably looking for 1 lakh potential customers, and as low as that. We as a genre has a much larger play on the upper funnel. We definitely have very engaging reach, not just reach on those. So there are clear opportunities, right? Even if you want to read the numbers in a certain form. The question is, how are we narrating that story, right? How are we exchanging those conversations? Every table is a negotiation table, and if it just only restrict to a currency of rate per 10 seconds, then we both are responsible, which is a buyer or a seller. So let us understand that. And today I would like to add one more point, which I think is experienced with everybody. After 2.5 years of COVID, we are in a situation, this industry, with almost 35% of the people are probably new. Now it's a challenge, but I feel it's an opportunity. We got to educate them, right? I mean, we spend in our own organization, spending enough more time. Of course, today also there are challenges, people coming to office. But at the same time, our single most, focus is to continue train our people, right? So that's an opportunity for us to relate that. I mean, there are new people, there are people in new roles. In the client side, there are new people, right? So if you're able to narrate the solution in appropriate form, I think we can definitely make it much more faster, right? I mean, the result is all what we know, but if you want to look at the pace, I think that we can make a big change if you're able to attend to that as well. That's it.
If I just paraphrase what Vikram and Prashant said, that essentially there are, the third one you haven't touched upon, there are 3 parameters or 3 aspects based on which you take your decision. One, of course, number. The second is qualitative, the perception, which is more in case of an English news genre, less in case of a Hindi or regional. And the third is how good is the salesman, as you said, that how good he puts it across the table and makes his point beyond numbers. And we've seen our lives that yes, sometimes not only numbers, you look at other parameters also. Shashi, since you also are a chairman of BARC, I think one of the very critical aspects of news genre is the impact. The other genre can be sold on these 3 aspects, but impact, is there any way you see in foreseeable future, because news is all about impact, Can we incorporate that part, maybe a little bit subjectively or maybe with any kind of reference number?
To tell you honestly, I haven't thought about it, but it's an interesting point, so don't want to bat without thinking, but it's an interesting point you make. Let me, yeah.
Right, okay, thanks. So from this advertising thing, let's move to the other aspect of our business which we are completely deprived of, which is subscription revenue. Again, you guys are brand champions. You created brands, you created organizations, you helped organizations overcome challenges and came out victorious. How do we get these Indian consumers to pay for consumption of news? You see, our newspapers are highly subsidized. I think not even 20% or 10% of variable manufacturing cost a newspaper owner would have recovered. And most of the television news channels are free to air. I think while the industry operates at about in India, correct me if I'm wrong, is about close to 55 to 60% of subscription revenue, whereas the news genre operates at some 6 to 8% subscription revenue. That too also most of them would be bundled on its own, might not have been sold. We tried our bit, in fact you know about that, OTT, News 9 Plus we've launched, and we aspire to make it completely subscription driven and ad free. How do you have, as brand champions, something to guide us on that? How do we go about? It may not be overnight, but how do we go about getting these Indian consumers to pay for consumption of news? Starting with you, Vikram.
Differentiated and compelling content. That's two things. So according to me, like live sport, cricket, it is unique, it is highly differentiated. If one platform has it and you can't see it somewhere else, that's the only place that people will come and they'll pay because it's compelling content. GEC, they have the top shows. Currently, there's a show called Anupama. It's doing amazingly well. At that point in time, and you can only see it on Star Plus. So people will pay to get there. The thing with news and your challenge with news is, currently, I'm a reasonably avid news surfer. So I might see between 9 and 10, 3 channels, and I find there is a largely the same kind of news delivered maybe a little differently across those. So somewhere along the line, and if you say the 600 channels, think about the consumer. Why, if they're not getting highly differentiated content, and if it is not that compelling, then why should they pay?
Right. Prashant, I think here, as we discussed some time back, there's a problem that we got to live on things that had happened. We can't create incidences. Therefore, the challenge of differentiation always remains for us, unlike, as I said, GC or sports. Anything that you would like to add to what Vikram has said?
Yeah, I think, see, there is news and then there is the business of news, right? And this topic falls in the latter part. Now, I know there are limitations, there are regulations, there are tri-bodies, etc., from a subscription perspective and all. But I think if we are able to think slightly more sharper, which is what are some of the strong assets that we have, like the prime time viewing is a strong asset. Now, we should also understand that these are all habits that we have infused into the system. And some of it are legacy issues. Now we want to create a change in the habit, right? Now how do we create change in the habit? We may have to start with probably prime time subscription. I don't know, I'm just putting a thought, right? And I'm sure everybody has their own preferences of viewing prime time and news, right? But that's left to the choice of the consumer, which could be influenced by the channels. But that's how we start thinking on, right? Today is a world where many of our, different categories are giving opportunities to look at the models different, right? Commerce is a model that is coming in, right? Every one of us has got multiple reads. Is there a thought on how we look at, differentiated categories and look at how we can package some of them? I don't know. Again, it's a thought for us to think. It's also a time where we have multiple digital, assets that we ourselves have created. Now, is there a combo model there? It's again an opportunity to think in. So to me, if we all sit collectively together, we may have 100 such ideas, right? So if we can indulge in that, select some of them, create solutions to induce change in habits of consuming, right? And then create differentiation, which is a daily game for us. I'm sure we'll have solutions to that. Now, whether you want to hit the ball out of the park on day one, or whether you want to, do it in a in a progressive manner, I think that is left to, again, the business of news, which each one of you are focusing. That's my idea.
Right. Shashi, you want to add to that?
I don't agree with the fundamental premise that, it's difficult to create differentiation news. I mean, people sitting here, anchors, celebrities themselves.
It's difficult. I did not say impossible.
Yeah, and I give a small example.
And put it in perspective, more difficult than GEC.
Maybe. That always, my company is more difficult to run than Prashant's. He'll say, no, I'm bigger. Like we're having this conversation breakfast. He says, I'm bigger, therefore it's more difficult to maintain. So I empathize. Look at beyond. I mean, not be appropriate to give an example here. No ratings, nothing. Today our clients say, listen, let's get on to it. Whatever they did, there's a content, anchor, everything put together. So I think it's principles of marketing. If you apply all those principles for anything in life, we do it all the time for our clients, you'll apply here also. So, in my mind,
I talked about converting that into subscription revenue.
Subscription
revenue. I don't think
subscription revenue, I think before you go to the consumer, you have to first convince the government with your power if you can't convince them. So if you get them to make it easy for you to get subscription, then how the battle will you answer? Am I right in what I'm saying? So
I'm sure that's written in the textbook as well. Karthik, we need to wind up. So before we come to the individual comment about future of news, anything that you would like to add to this discussion?
I think the problem here is not industry specific. It's a global problem. When we look at subscription in news, I think we're getting confused between linearity of content and subscription on the digital and other premises. I speak of it on purpose because globally, if you look at it, subscription in the new manifestation is still a challenge. Whether it's The Economist or the Wall Street Journal globally, even they're finding it difficult to get subscription. See, I think we are approaching it in an incorrect manner. The way we have to look at consumption going forward is that only way subscription will be possible is if consumers think the content is worthy of paying for it. And that will only happen if there's commonality when you're consuming content. So, in other words, let me put it in an example. I think the future of news for subscription lies in communities. A common platform where people come together to use content, consume it, and will be able to actually use it to their advantage. They'll pay for it. Unless it's generic in nature, they will not pay for it. And that's a problem we have to deal with. That's a problem because it's the same for us as it is for the rest of the world. I think the biggest challenge that lies there, and if I can come back to our earlier panel, because I wanted to make a point of that, is that which numbers do we go by? I mean, numbers when we speak of, we have two sets of numbers. We have numbers that we come through the television rating mechanism, and then we have another set of numbers that comes through digital media. And not to say that those numbers are not right, or those algorithms are not right. Frankly, they are far more in depth and far more in detail. So when we put out a video on a channel and we say that according to a television metric, it has reached so many million people. At the same time, when we put out the same content on digital media and we say it has reached to far more people than what the metric says, I think that is a challenge. So which numbers to follow? That is also a constant process. So I definitely ask,
I'll just briefly answer to that. Try and
I want Shashi to answer that.
One sec. I'll just give it to Shashi, but I just want to add something what you said, and the question becomes complete then. I think if you talk about which number, while we measure broadcast audience number, that is broadcast. When you measure digital, that is digital. And I still feel the digital audience in India is still evolving. It's trailing a little bit behind broadcast. Having said that, I can tell you that couple of markets in India, like let's say Bangalore, Karnataka, let's say Maharashtra, there is a correlation between, let's say, YouTube concurrent viewership and television rating, which is there in Hindi too. But some markets it's not there. But then why we can't strictly look at that from the YouTube concurrent viewership is that you can influence that by by boosting.
But on YouTube might not be the only parameter, no? There are multiple parameters.
That's right.
So Hindi heartland might have more impressions on Facebook, while the urban cities might have it on Twitter and Instagram.
So Shashi, are we heading towards that?
I'm mindful that PK has a flight to catch, and this concert could take very long. So I thought, are we doing a session on
Yes. On the measurement rating
so that's
systems?
because I'm mindful my friend showed me his flight.
Right.
So,
Okay, finally, I think we'll ask for each one of you to comment briefly on how do you see the future of television news. And I have a proposition. I think the panacea for television news is, which is again very controversial, very radical, the total revenue of news industry is about 5,000 crore. So if I could give away 5,000 crore to all the news organizations, say that this is the revenue that you earned last year, here is revenue for 1 year, and I'm giving you 1 year time to turn yourself completely pay and no advertising, and it will make do with your subscription revenue. And the consumers will decide whether they'll pay $100, $10 or $1 for it. Will that work? Or if there's any other feature of news direction that you have?
So, my friend, can I go first? That's a very nice discussion for a conference room hall like that. Yeah, we are not going to go that path. So, may I make a suggestion? Be more practical. The practical thing is what I said. If you guys collaborate together, collectively as a body, and I'm so thrilled to see this body together, so many of you. And you find in a ways, have faith, maybe offline PK can tell you, Vikram can tell you, we are getting huge traction for ourselves when we collaborate. As we say, we fight by day, we are competitors by day, we are collaborators by night. Literally. The drink binds us together, so there is a lot. That's my message, which is more practical than what you are saying.
So you're saying future of news is to consolidate and don't fight? Collaborate. Right. Shan?
Yeah, I think very simply put, loads of opportunities. These are days where we are all very also looking at different challenges, etc., from the economy aspect. At the same time, this is a time where we can definitely collectively work and create fantastic solutions, right? So I see a bigger role of news channels in creating solutions for every task every advertiser is facing, irrespective of whichever market, whichever language. In fact, they are all strong points for us to deal with. My urge is to really, take some of the points which we spoke, right, which is leveraging all our assets, look at technology solutions, look at thinking more as solutions for advertisers, get it more collectively, talk more, change the narrative, talk more to the entire industry, some of the new ones, some of the people who are in the new roles, etc. I think they are all going to be a strong help to, get our pace much more stronger, right? Definitely this is only going to get more bigger and bolder. We have a lot more assets which are creating, each one of it in different phases while dealing with the same subject, right? And but the solutions and approach can be similar and be more collaborative, and as an ecosystem all of us will work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Vikram.
Look, news was, is and will continue to be highly relevant to everybody, everybody in India, everybody in the world. Since the question is future of news, I think the aspect I'd like to bring in is what will happen in a digital age. Currently, the way we talk about it is, we talk about TV, newspapers, digital, radio, so on and so forth, and we look at digital as a medium. Digital is not a medium. I think increasingly in the future, you will start looking at mediums a little sensorially as audiovisual, text, image, voice, experiential, like that. The audiovisual parts, even today, when I'm watching TV, and in fact this morning, for some reason my set-top box was not working, so I caught my morning news online, and it was good streaming, same TV channel, but I was watching it online. Connected TVs coming in, so on and so forth. So it's going to become, from a consumer standpoint, highly seamless, whether you're watching it linear or basically online. Worldwide, if you have to look across almost all of these mediums, the way we define them sensorially, about 30% of the viewership is coming from digital, and that will grow. The way I'm looking at future of news and the opportunity I'm seeing is, somewhere I think breaking news will break now online because it's here and now. And I think analysis, perspective, insight, and dare I say inquisitions will happen on TV. And I think that is going to be the part where you really need to build. And I think that's where all news newscasters, they need to look at their digital practice a little differently from their linear TV practice. And I think in these two things, breaking news versus analysis insight.
Thanks, Vikram. Karthik, your words, and if you wish to sum up this discussion.
Well, I think I'd like to sum up by saying that news is here to stay, and the immediacy and the urgency of news cannot be replaced, whatever the medium be, whether it is through a set-top box or through your OTT platforms. Unlike GEC and other mediums, where the human brain has the ability to consume content when and where they want to consume, news will always have that immediacy and urgency, which is by its true nature not replaceable. Which is also true for sports. I mean, when the sport is happening, you need to watch it there and then. And the same logic applies for news. But having said that, I think the future of news lies in multiple manifestations, and I think people themselves will drive what they want to watch. The role of our editors and people who select news is going to go down, and we are going to become more driven on what people want to watch. That's the future of news.
Thank you very much. I think we had a great session. Thank you for coming down all the way from Bombay, Shashi. Thanks.
Thank you all. I'll just urge you to stay on stage for 60 more seconds. I want to quickly get in founding president of NBF, Mr. Arnab Goswami, for a quick reaction as well to this inaugural panel.
I was listening keenly. I know your flight to catch PK, but PK, Shashi and Vikram, 30-second thought from me. There have been unnecessarily jarring conversations between industry and news. This conversation can be a new start. I saw you say that news is a reach builder. So that shows your commitment from an industry point of view. But we all, NBF, want to tell you, we all have an equal commitment to democracy. This conversation can be a game changer in the relationship between the media industry and the news side of our business. So we thank you, and we want to work collaboratively with you. In 1 month, we will come back from NBF with a white paper to you on how we can position our content in a way that is more applicable from a business point of view. I hope you give us an appointment when we seek it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So certainly the tone and tenor being set not just for the day today, but also the weeks and months ahead for the landscape of news in the country. Thank you once again, Mr. Prashant Kumar, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Mr. Shashi Sinha, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma and Barun Das for that absorbing, riveting discussion, as I said, on the theme, the central premise of today's conclave, Future of News. And now we're quickly going to be moving across to our next session, Future of News, Back and Beyond. To give you more details on that session, I'll quickly invite on stage my colleagues Krishna and Suresha. Could we please have you on stage to introduce the next panelists and give us more details about the next session.
Thank you there. Yes, that was a cracker of a first session, wasn't it, Suresha? It's time now to move on quickly to the next session. Up next is indeed a very interesting, quick and interactive session. It's with the Chairman and CEO of BARC, Mr. Shashi Sinha, who has just left the stage, requesting Mr. Shashi Sinha to take the stage again, please. And also Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, requesting him to take the stage as well for this session, Back and Beyond, with the upward revisions in the sample size and the periodical hygiene check. BARC is the best bet available in the market for measurement. BARC has stepped up to ensure that their technology leaves a gap for undue commercial gains not. And in this session, as I've been telling you, Mr. Shashi Sinha, the Chairman and CEO of BARC, please requesting you to take a seat. Mr. Varun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, to take a seat as well. We're requesting Jaggi Panda, the co-founder and director at OTV, founder and director at Airtel Communications, requesting Jaggi Panda to take the stage, and Suresh as well.
And yes, of course, we also have Mr. Sanjeev Narayan. He's the founder of AM Television Private Limited. I also request him to grace the panel. Mr. Arnav Goswami, Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network and the President of NBF. He will be chairing this session. Rinki Bhuyan, the Chairperson and Managing Director of Pride East Entertainments. Thank you all. Yes, and we now leave the floor to the editors to begin this discussion.
Okay, we got one empty seat in the house, so Karthik, can I request? Oh, you've just had a session, so, oh, come on. We have enough issues with BARC, don't forget. Huh? And we'll open up to the house also. Where do we get a chance to sit with the chairman of BARC, the child of controversy? They say I'm controversy's child, today you are controversy's child. Shashi, thank you first of all. That was a great session, wasn't it? Let's have a round of applause for the last session. Absolutely brilliant. And we want to be candid. And I know this is going to be headline material. Chairman of BARC sitting with the organization and the channels who've complained the loudest to him over the last few months and years maybe. So Shashi, first question. Why have you agreed to do this? This is what you call self-inflicted punishment. I gave you a choice and you said, no, I want to do this.
No.
So why have you agreed to do this?
So I'll tell you. The session.
This session. No, not
the chairmanship of BARC.
Both actually, yes. Thank you.
So firstly, before we go, I want to make one clarification. I am chairman. The chairman is elected from the board and it's a voluntary position. The CEO of BARC, as was called out, is not me. You can imagine mentally Nakul Chopra there, and if there are any mental knives, please, all the knives should come to Nakul Chopra behind there.
Oh God.
So I carry the good karma there. To this session.
On a serious note, yeah.
I tell you why I agreed to do this session.
Yes.
I believe we must communicate. I believe this is a large forum, and I believe there is a lot of issues, some real, some perceived, as far as new genre is concerned.
Yeah.
So just like you have this, of putting me under the spotlight, it's for me to also use this opportunity to communicate a lot of things which I'm reasonably sure will be a discovery to your audience today, that that's not what is true about BARC. It's best to, it's easy to run away. It's best to talk.
So should we open the questioning round? Anyone wants to throw the
Absolutely.
first question to, who wants to throw the first question to, no, Karthik?
Can I first respond to what Karthik has said in the previous panel? And, I thought he had a brilliant idea.
Can you hold your mic closer?
He spoke about TV plus digital, and just to let this audience know, and Karthik, I'm sure you know, that we have worked with BARC for the most of the problems with BARC are not technology or capability issues. I've been involved with BARC, I've been chairman for the last 5-6 months, but I've been involved with BARC in many capacities. This is a statement I want to make, and I'm sure most of you know this, that it's not a capability, it's a stakeholder management, it's so for example, we have worked on TV plus digital 5 years back. We paid Nielsen 15-20 crore rupees, we had to write it off. We were ready to roll. It's all about stakeholders agreeing that, we do need a common currency of TV plus digital, there are pros and cons, what are the challenges. So, and that's going to be my theme all through. Yeah. So it's not a capability issue, it's a stakeholder issue.
Okay, shall I throw the first question at you? My first question to you is on landing pages. And you see, there is a responsibility that BARC has. You can't dodge the responsibility. Allow me to complete. You see, nowadays you have TV channels who say, we have a lot of money, we are going to throw money, we are going to spend 20, 30, 40 crores in buying landing pages. If we have the money, so be it. We'll be the #1 channel if we have a lot of money. I mean, this is an absurd proposition. Firstly, I think no channel should talk like this. I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. Now you have the technology to differentiate between what is a landing page viewership and what is a normal viewership, right? if these channels say that landing page is a marketing tool, then it can be defined as a marketing tool. But when that marketing tool upsets the viewership pattern in what is a very sensitive genre, where the numbers are easily affected, BARC has the ability to differentiate it. Why can't BARC put out two viewership, with or without landing pages? It has the technology. It has the technology to do it, and the reason I'm asking you this is because would you want to see a situation, Shashi, where there are only people with lots of money who survive in the media business? Now we have corporate houses, biggest industrial houses of India doing the news. Would you like to see a situation, suppose each of them decides, we'll spend 100 crores on landing pages, let's finish the business, let's destroy, then none of us who are on the stage will survive as channels, and I think you are in a very strong position. Am I speaking for NBF? Yeah? You're in a very strong position with one decision to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
So may I respond? Thank you for asking the question. Thank you for making the opening question. Let me give you a context and not an evasive answer, but I'll give you the real answer. You know, I speak from the heart, whatever gets me into trouble, but so be it. So, BARC created a landing page algorithm about, I forget, 3 years back. At that time, I was not the chairman, but I was involved running the TechCom, along with, the core TechCom, the broadcaster and an advertiser. So, the then CEO of BARC, and there was an oversight committee in Praveen Tripathi, various people designed the algorithm, and they came back saying that we must cut out the entire session. So, if we are discovering landing page, the entire session should go out. Correct? Which is in a way what you are asking for, that the entire session should go out. At that point in time, the broadcaster nominee, and there's a point I'm going to make at the end of it, the broadcaster nominee on the core TechCom was from a large GEC, and he turned around and said, they were also playing in cricket. He said, are you trying to say when I get a big tournament like IPL, and if you take out whatever the landing page, the whole session will go out, the whole match will go out. And he said, this is not acceptable. We are doing it as a sampling mechanism, and sampling is there if someone is staying on, so you find out what is less and you want to move out. This is one point. The second suggestion which was made, and then the advertiser member on the core TechCom, very respected and able guy, he said, listen, we as advertisers, and I remember those words vividly, we do shop displays, and shop displays, if you're doing merchandising and if someone buys because of that, so be it. So this was the interesting thing. Or no, the interesting thing was that BARC had recommended knock off the entire session, and it was shut down.
So you are saying that in spirit, allow me to complete. You are saying that in spirit you disagree with the measurement of landing page. On the shop floor issue, one counter to you.
No,
if I go to a shop,
let me complete the whole story. Sure. The story is there. Now, so point I'm making, what I have where in my IPG hat is a separate point of my point of view, but as BARC, our capability exists to knock off the entire session, correct? It was shot down by the collective wisdom of the board and the TechCom at that point in time, of which I was part of. Having said that, 10 days back, without going to, finally you must understand, BARC is represented, broadcast is represented what is called by IBDF, where all of you are members of IBDF, correct? So, rightly or wrongly, they are the ones who represent. 10 days back, with the president of IBDF, this issue came up again. And I narrated the story. I said, listen, it is your decision to tell us collectively, and then we'll carry the other stakeholders, whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not. In fact, the algorithm for knocking off the entire session makes our life far easier than doing this business of what we are doing. So, now, this is just a 10-day-old story, and IBDF has to get back. It's not a BARC decision. It's a
Did you take a decision at that meeting of IBDF?
So, IBDF has to revert whether they want to go, as you know, this is a split house. We also suggested, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. Correct?
Yes.
So my request is that it is not a issue of, and this is where when I talked of collaboration in this session, this could be one attempt. There are few broadcasters today who are for landing pages, many more. So it's for the IBDF to tell the organization, listen, we agree you knock off the entire session. It will take off the entire session.
Since, I'm sorry I'm taking too many questions. After this I won't ask questions. I promise. God. You see, I'm not anchoring tonight, so I have to make up. No, I'm just saying to you, Shashi, you're a reasonable person. You have great wisdom and experience, and I know that what you're saying is very genuine. We don't have a seat on IBDF, so we are such a large federation, and we are treated like we are not on the IBDF board, whereas others who have smaller groups are on the IBDF board in multiple levels. We would like you to, because you have great clout, to correct that, or do something to correct that, maybe recommend that. But in the interim, can I, on behalf of everyone at NBF and Indian industry, request you to allow us to petition you formally, and we've sent a petition you, meet you, and maybe as a group make a formal pitch to you on why we are pained by this, because we feel if India is only going to be run by 3 groups, one print group which has thousands of crores of rupees in its treasury, and 2 industrial groups who have tens of thousands of crores, then they can spend a few hundred crores on landing pages and upset, the news industry. We should have a balance in the news industry, we believe, and we would like to petition you for that if you allow.
You're most welcome. Like I said, finally, we ourselves have said this. I'm sure a lot of people in the room didn't know what I just said.
Yes.
That, chances are, please help me by raising your hands. How many of you heard it for the first time that, that BARC had recommended knock off the entire landing page, and it came back from the constituents, don't do it. So my plea to you, definitely you would have done, but I will go back to, unfortunately, IBDF is what controls the, it's on the BARC board. So I'll go back to that.
So if I may say so, we understand completely where you're coming from and appreciate that. The only limited point I would like to make is that for any reason, let's say this doesn't fructify and doesn't come to a conclusion, as there has been impasse on this issue for a while, at least what BARC has done in the past is that they have reported dual data, which means calling it out for what it is and saying, okay, this is the data with the landing pages, this is the data without the landing pages.
Which allows us to,
even if you put that out, which is a matter of fact, it will bring clarity to people and might even dissuade the people who are doing it, because they won't get the ultimate benefit of it, what they're trying to gain out of it.
We're petitioning for that.
Good suggestion, Karthik. I don't know whether you've done in the past, but if you say so, they'll be easy to implement.
We can formally petition BARC on this and meet them on.
So let me put this way, I didn't know we had done it in the past. So I don't know.
Sir, we are taking a flight on Monday. All of us are coming to Bombay to petition.
No, you don't have to take a flight.
We are very quick. Our federation is very quick, sir.
It will be easier for me if I figure out, as Karthik said, that we have done it in the past, then firstly I'm quite surprised by what he said, because if we had done it in the past, why would we have gone back?
Yes, sir. I'll give you a personal example. I remember when India News had 2 LCNs on DD Free Dish, and we had inquired from BARC and saying that 2 LCNs at that point of time was perfectly permissible. And while it was permissible, our data was reported, it said that India News runs on 2 LCNs. So
dual LCN.
Yes, dual
landing
LCN.
page we are not done.
Yeah. So when there is enough precedence in the past to actually report the data when you call it out for what it is, and all we are saying, you're merely stating the facts. So there is nothing wrong that you're doing. This is the data with the pages. This is the data without the pages.
Let's get some other questions. Jaggi.
Jaggi Panda. So this is a question that I've even asked GVK, who's here, when he was with TAM, and is the contentious question that the sample size, the number of boxes, have to really exponentially grow, not the gradual growth that we see now. So what is your plan for the coming few years in terms of what kind of growth can we see in that sample size, because that will kind of bring down the lot of ambiguities that we see in the data today?
So I give the answer in 2-3 forms. The first form is, I'm missing my friend Vikram. He's last promised having coffee. Maybe it's good to get him here, because he will answer the question.
Actually, yes. Is Vikram here?
But I will answer the question in 2 ways. So it's a very expensive proposition. As you know, BARC is about 300 crores in terms of expense, and bulk of it comes from the GCs, because there's a 0.75, 0.8% revenue which comes in from there. So obviously it's optimization of cost versus, Vikram sir, we need you here.
Vikram, there's a question on TechCom which you have
Jaggi asked a question which I think you're more competent.
Why don't you come up?
Yeah. So, I need you to come up. So it's an ambush. That's a BARC ambush. So firstly, what is the number of boxes going up? And
In terms of percentage, I
Yeah, no.
obviously...
So Vikram will answer the question, will number of boxes going up, will it lead to relative errors being coming down? That's the question you asked. He will answer the question, I'm not sure. And at what stage it will happen. However, there is a big discussion happening at this point in time, where Vikram and me are both involved on, and Sir had started this on RPD, return path data. Yeah, we are working on that. The problem with return path, and that's in my mind, a foolproof way of doing it.
Of course.
There are two challenges with return path is, return path on DTH is possible. Not all operators are agreeing in the pilots at this point in time.
Yeah.
On cable is a monster. Yeah. And I will say something because I believe I'm a friend of the industry. So, and you understand, I'm this part, I'll say in my personal capacity, not as Bach, that if you keep out, like some people are pushing us that, do only DTH and don't do cable. So time spent on cable is more than time spent on.
Of course, yeah.
And the implication of that is that total TV already is dropping, it will drop further.
Even my question is on the same thing, like as Jaggi says it, like today we are an amalgamation of national and regional media. But when we are sitting, we are totally represent our NBF as a federation. But the same question, since I represent Northeast, so we have a population around 45 million people, so touching every doorsteps. Our issue is that like we are exempted from a lot of things like in DAVB, but when it comes to the TRP, that is a bread and butter. So ultimately, logistically, we are not supported. And the same sample size of 50,000, whether it's representing the 45 million people, like how do we do it? And in an earlier conversation, as I was hearing, so when it was News Live, Assam is okay. But in an other channel, when we had the Northeast Live, we represented the 8 states. But the thing is that in that case, when we are not logistically supported, our TRP level doesn't show high. And when we go to the planners, they strictly abide by saying that, no, you are not included. Then our existence comes into a threatening factor. So how do we explain that?
I'll answer the Assam question. I don't know, problem is in the forum you say how much you say, but when I made that way, so I'll say. So there are two parts to this. Assam is an easier one for fix. We have been debating. You see, today Assam is part of HSM, rightly or wrongly, And when we do the relative errors, and I'm throwing this open for discussion so that, feedback can come as he talks of petition. Sorry, he's one of his there.
No problem.
So one of the debates we are doing internally, as a contentious debate, if you understand the implication of what I'm saying, what I'm going to say just now, that suppose we treat Assam separately. It's not part of HSM. So, as a reporting market. Once you treat it separately, then obviously the sample has to be representative of Assam. So, sample may go out somewhat. But when you treat it separately, then a lot of broadcasters use Assam to build their numbers in HSM may suffer. So, that's the debate we are doing.
Right now we have 2 TV channels. One is Assam based and one is Northeast based. My Assam based, which is News Live.
So I said it wrongly. What I meant was that take that whole part out of HSM for discussion. Yeah.
Shashi, her point is I think Chiku can mention it better, but the point being made here
I can put it
sample
straight.
size and representation.
Let me put it straight. That we all know that regional channels are the future. But when the numbers come, the national channels numbers are always, GRPs are always more.
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me just tell you, I just want to give you an example. Since I have both the things, so I know. Now, you know that in the cable, the time spent is more. We also own a cable network, which is the largest one there. We have 25% subscribers who have not subscribed to any national channel. They only watch that regional channel in their own language. And I think this is the trend all across the country. A lot of MSOs are sitting here. So regional channels, there will be a population of 20 to 25% people who don't watch any other language. They only watch their own language. So they should always have a 20-25% advantage on the numbers. But when the numbers come, we see that in the same language. If other regional channels are there, their numbers are more than what the regional...
So maybe may I recommend, we take this point offline, and because I have not understood the point. My point is that if you look at Andhra, or you look at Karnataka, or you look at Tamil Nadu, and the numbers, whatever we see, and I cut out the market, like Assam I called out because I know the problem in Assam. So here my impression is that the overall local language viewership is far higher than the national viewership. So therefore, I'm not able to empathize with
the point. Why was the reverse path, methodology not adopted when we all knew that that was there, and with broadband coming in, almost all the NSOs, all the DTH, it was already two-way.
Return path. So the point I'm making is that what I said earlier, return path, firstly we'll take that 2-3 complications of return path. The first complication of return path is, so we are moving, but we are moving slowly in that direction. The first return path on cable is not possible. In most markets, cable is, you can't get return path going there. They're not, the boxes are not enabled. Number one. Number two, as you yourself said, on cable time spent is more. Our concern as BARC is a stakeholder body to ensure that perception-wise, through to TV done wrong. Minute you do only DTH, it's not representative, it's not fair, because 60% of India is cable. And you can't ensure thing drops further. That's the second point. The third point is, when you get return path, you will get household data. Correct? I am a big believer, if you go with household, makes sense, but you have to attribute it to individual data. Correct? When you attribute to individual data, whatever runs we are doing just now, we are working on it. The error levels are almost 40-50%. That is something. I think
I know what it is. Sanjeev, the numbers are very less. The boxes, sample size boxes are 50,000. No, I think the point, and they determine 130 crores. So problem is, since the numbers are less.
Can you please help answering the question, the larger issue, which is why I called you, and you are the master of this. That
since you have taken over as the anchor of the session, Shashi, now. You and Sanjeev, and you have taken over as anchor of the session.
Fine.
But Sanjeev, let him answer the question because we're getting late for the next one. Yes, Shashi.
So Vikram, would you want to answer the larger question of our 50,000 boxes nationally, or 4,000 boxes in a state like Andhra, or 3,000 boxes in a state, or whatever the number is, it may not reveal the numbers, or in Assam, are they enough, or will you take this up?
I want to rephrase the question. If I can add to it, Shashi. The point which was being made just before Shashi called you in was, what Shashi said and further, there is a belief that like in elections, when the population demography changes, there's delimitation exercise. Point being made is you are not represented enough in all parts of the Northeast. And the feeling among our association is that the representation of BARC is pre-decided towards certain geographies, and that you need deeper penetration. It's not about increasing the sample size. It's about where you will put that sample size. Am I correct, Riniki? That's the point that you make. Logistically, you are not in tune with where the viewership is.
I think also the other point is that, to put it in simpler terms, is that when you talk about the Northeast market, you're only referring to Assam. That's the fulcrum. I mean, if you say Northeast, it means Assam. The other states are not accounted for or neither represented. That's the point that I.
Wow. Okay, it's with 200 million TV sets and with the kind of heterogeneity that India has, it's obviously to say that it's a challenge to actually be able to say what each channel's ratings are going to be with a high degree of accuracy. It's a huge challenge. And we've got some 50,000 homes that we've got a panel in, so that it is obviously a challenge. So that's just giving you the setup. Now, finally, how do we look? Let me take an analogy. Whenever, say, elections are happening and the psephologists come in, they do some fantastic work. Some of them are very, very precise, and some of them are off the mark. But you don't completely hang the guys who are off the mark. I mean, because they're also doing an estimation job based on talking to a few people and then coming back with a certain number. So I would urge firstly to have some forbearance with the rating system, because you can't expect it to be that bang on accurate, because if psephology is also not that precise, and some of them are actually very, very good. I actually think BARC also comes pretty close to what the psephologists do. They are more right than they are wrong. That's my first point. Having said that, the next question becomes the data that comes out. For any statistician, the data needs to be valid and it needs to be reliable. Valid basically means that it should be representative, so it should be representative of the universe that we are measuring. And reliable is that if it says the rating is 0.1, it should be actually 0.1, it shouldn't be 0, it shouldn't be 3. Now that for the validity of it, Currently, we have something that we call a baseline survey that we do, which sort of captures the entire media landscape, and from there we drive our sampling frame where our panel goes in. That is where we actually come back and choose where the 50,000 meters need to be. Would some districts or some regions be underrepresented? I'm sure they will be. Now, I guess at some point in time, the best way out is probably lobby like this, like you are doing right now. And maybe at the next point in time, we have to see that maybe in Northeast, we don't just paint with one brush, but obviously take it in and make sure that you got representation. But that will give you representation. It doesn't take away from the fact that if finally you've got, say in Manipur, you have, say, 100 boxes, and you're supposed to represent the viewing of all the people in Manipur on the back of those 100 boxes. Is that enough or is that not? Now, that is where we look at something called relative error. And it's a statistical thing, and our attempt is to bring it down. Now, the problem is that because the time spent in the earlier panel we alluded to it, since the time spent is so less in news, each individual who's watching news is watching it differently. So it becomes very difficult for us with any kind of precision to say that if the guy is, I mean, if you've got 10 people in your panel in one particular city and you're projecting them to the universe, it's very difficult to say whether the universe is actually watching that or not. So there is a relative error that comes up. I think the implication for us is that since our entire revenues and everything are based on that, I think a statistician in your organizations should look at the data with relative error. You know, the problem that we are facing today is we are looking at the data very, very minutely. We look at the data and at an all India level, you'll be fine. But the minute you take a look at one city, and if it's a smaller city, it breaks down.
But Vikram,
within that, if you have to look at it by day part, and if you have to look at it for one particular channel, it further breaks.
But Vikram, what I would suggest is, since Shashi and you, we are having this chat, and we have to close now, what I am taking as a concrete takeaway, no, we'll have to close now, a recommendation here. We would like to visit you as head of TechCom, Shashi as head of BARC, chairman of BARC, as well as Nakul as CEO of BARC, and petition you on two things here, which have come up in the session. One is on landing pages, and our views on it, and how we want to put it out here for your understanding. And the second is on the demographic representation of parts of the country. So we will trouble you again in about a month on this. But I must close by saying that yes, Shashi, closing.
Can I say something?
Yes.
One point I want to make. Since I've got this audience and some of them are not here, but I want to make this plea. Help us by helping yourselves, which is stop infiltration. You know, broadcasters, well, collectively they talk, and I hope you understand the meaning of the word infiltration which I'm using. There's a fair degree of infiltration. We are, and I'm saying it publicly, I have gone to the IBDF president and said, listen, we have a big problem in Andhra, let's fix it, instead of hiding underneath. Whatever you do, 3,000 boxes ma'am, 5,000 boxes, whatever you take, infiltration, we need industry help, otherwise we will stop the ratings.
May I respond to you by saying that it is factually been proven, and I don't want to go into details, that those who are being investigated for infiltration are not in this federation.
No,
I'll just wrap up by that. But I agree with you on the premise of it.
I'm making a...
Yeah, I agree with you on the premise, but I thank you for the generosity of your time today, both of you. Thank you very much. Shashi and Vikram, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Shashi Sinha. Thank you, Mr. Panda. Thank you, Riniki. Thank you, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma. On to our next session now. Media is often dubbed as a watchdog, but does it need a watchdog? Or should there be a greater push for self-regulation? It's been one of the biggest debates for us here in the media. Has self-regulation served its purpose? These questions have always been part of the larger public discourse, but very thought of having a watchdog outside of the industry body has so far been unwelcome. As news media expands its scope and ambit, it must invest in beefing up its self-regulation mechanism. so that it is ever seen above board. To speak on the issue of whether the media needs a watchdog, we have with us today the National Vice President of the BJP, a four-time parliamentarian and the author of a book called Lutyens' Maverick, Mr. Baijan Panda, a short audiovisual, and then Mr. Baijan Panda's perspective on this issue.
Fake news, false reports, disputable coverage. Is self-regulation sufficient to combat the menace? Are enough safeguards in operation? Or does the media now need a watchdog? Now on the NBF National Conclave, addressing the big question, does media need a watchdog?
I request Mr. Baijan Panda, please. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak at the NBF Conclave on this topic, which I think remains perennially relevant and important. Does the media need a watchdog? This is an age-old question. This is not something that has suddenly come out of the blue, and this goes back decades and even centuries, because certain elements have always attempted to manipulate, control, dominate the media in ways that are not legitimate, that are not ethical. So if we go back to the issue of freedom of speech and our constitutional guarantees of freedom of expression, right towards the last few decades of colonial rule, where there were attempts to have a modern, world standard freedom of speech right built into our constitution and our laws, those who led the nation in those last decades of colonial rule and in the first few years of independent India, they let us down because they entered qualifications to those rights which have then been subsequently manipulated over the decades. Many of you will remember, at least those from my generation, if not the younger ones, way back in the 1980s when Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister, there was an attempt to foist a governmental control, a watchdog over media, and that led to a furore, and that plan was dropped. From time to time, some people have tried to come up with these ideas, but look at how media has behaved itself. It's worth looking at legacy media. Look at the marquee names in media. Many of them, in fact, I would go to the extent of saying most of them, have been guilty of misrepresenting facts on the ground, which the larger public didn't always understand, and once they understood, it has not been that easy to do away with it. Many legacy media would report a riot or a murder in starkly different ways, depending on whether the perpetrator was from a particular religion, whether the victim was from a particular religion. The descriptions and whether the names of the perpetrators were to be disclosed would depend on that metric, on that prejudice, on that narrative. And that narrative was set right here in the heart of the country, in this core part of the national capital, which has been called the Lutyens zone. And the media and the narrative setters who made their homes here for decades were all guilty of it. Now, this is not something that has gone away, but because of more awareness, and I believe because of the explosion in media. There's new media that takes on traditional media, both in broadcast, in digital, and other traditional formats, although you don't see print media new entrants very much. So, what some of the member broadcasting entities of NBF, for instance, have shown, and shown very assertively over recent years, were for decades actually actively suppressed, as I have just been explaining to you. Now that has questioned the power equations in a manner which has disturbed those who have wanted to control the narrative, those who have wanted to control media, and you have seen the result of that. You have seen the results. My friend Arnab Goswami has been the victim of an attempt by a state government which took upon itself to quote unquote regulate media. Of course, I use that term facetiously, because what they did was break every norm of constitutionality, every norm of legality, every norm of ethics, and every norm of plain common decency. Now, the question is, if you were to have a regulatory body for media, how would it work? It's not that we haven't had them. We've had, for example, the Editors Guild of India. How have they acquitted themselves? We've had the Press Trust of India. How have they acquitted themselves? Have they stood up for the rights of citizens? Have they stood up for bold journalists exposing facts? Sadly, more in the exception than in the norm. And particularly if they fit a certain set of media entities, particularly the legacy ones. Self-regulation, it's an ideal, it sounds wonderful. But let me ask you, all you people from the industry, if self-regulation was working, why did you need a new federation? Because the entrenched vested interests of media have never allowed real self-regulation to operate properly, to operate freely. The entrenched interests of legacy and of large media, especially those with great deal of investments from around the world, have always believed in creating dominance in ways that would not be approved of as a level playing field, where they have been anti-competitive. Some of that has been discussed in a couple of the panel discussions that I was pleasantly surprised to listen to a little bit earlier. Now, I don't want to speak for very long, because I believe the point is succinct enough that we don't need to keep beating a dead horse. But I would be remiss if I didn't refer to a very blatant example of some sections of the media's egregious behavior, which begs the question of, do they need regulation, and in what manner? Recently, a very well-known online platform has been caught fabricating news, concocting conspiracy theories, fabricating documents, fabricating emails, to make a claim in support of a narrative, trying to paint a negative picture of India, trying to paint a negative picture of government, trying to paint a picture of online platforms being in bed with government, which was just not the case. Now, how did this get exposed? Over a 2-week period, it just so happened that they took on a global new age social media platform which ferociously denied it. Now, instead of acknowledging that there was a denial, instead of reviewing the material on which this social media platform, which is an established anti-government platform, they never have anything good to say about the government or the country. Instead of reviewing, they doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on their efforts to continue the fabrications. To justify one lie, they had to make up more lies. To justify that, they had to make up more lies. How did it get exposed? Not because of any regulatory body. Not because of a media watchdog. Certainly, if there had been a media watchdog newly created by the government, there would have been outrage. There would have been real reaction amongst large sections of people, at least the commentariat. Did the Editors Guild speak up and condemn them for fabricating such fake news? Did any of the industry authorities speak up against them? They were exposed because globally tech geeks took it upon themselves to expose this fake news, the fake doubling down and the fake fabricated documents and emails which came out. Now that's a great example, but it's also a telling story in itself, because this particular platform and some of their ilk this is not the first time they've done it. They have repeatedly planted fake news, but when it is countered, the counters are dismissed as if it is just a routine dismissal instead of going into the merits. This time the fake news was exposed because it became global, because tech geeks around the world who have no particular interest in Indian politics took it upon themselves to expose the fraud, to expose this fake news. Now, that won't always happen. We need to have such credible, crowdsourced efforts to expose fake news in India. Social media is helping to do that. I think it is a work in progress. I think such examples that I have just cited mean that we are progressing towards an era where this kind of blatant, premeditated fake news is going to get exposed more and more. Now, whether government should have a role, whether people should have a role, whether there should be independent crowdsourced efforts, whether there should be an entity perhaps of in the direction of self-regulation, perhaps a federation of broadcasters and digital content platform entities, maybe even legacy media, print entities, to take it upon themselves to have a charter, to talk about how media should behave and how that self-regulation should work. Now that would be ideal, but can it happen? I throw this open as a challenge to those of you in the industry to try and help make it happen, because otherwise there will always be calls for regulation because of these kind of premeditated narratives and conspiracies, and that's not healthy for the media in the long run. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to speak to you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panda, for that very interesting perspective. And of course, we'd like to tell all our viewers watching on their screens at this point that this conclave is streaming live on 40 channels as the discussions continue. So we are set to begin with the next session.
Absolutely. Over 40 channels telecasting, streaming today's inaugural NBF conclave live. So clearly ripples being created across the news industry today with this benchmark conclave, with this new initiative. And of course, remember, it's not just conversation that is happening today, but far-reaching decisions that are also being taken on this stage, which will have a huge impact on the landscape of news and the industry in the country. Today's, of course, conclave is themed Future of News, which is what we are talking about through various sessions. What will the future of news industry be? What will the future role of BARC be as well, which, remember, is the ratings body in the country. We of course are also being joined through the day by various stakeholders from the political world as well. We of course had the former Vice President kick things off in the morning. We will be having the Governor of Kerala as well, in the latter half of the day. We just heard, of course, from Member of Parliament, Mr. Bejayant Panda. We'll soon be joined by a senior minister in the Government of India as well. And clearly, of course, the attempt being made today is to create a change in the news industry through a more equitable, more representative federation, that is the NBF. And of course, the inaugural conclave is all about that.
Absolutely, and like Arnav put it, it is really the exchange of views that will pave the way forward when it comes to the future of the media and the kind of content that is put out. Some very interesting names also lined up through the day, and these discussions are only going to get enriching, is something we can promise you. So are we ready to now?
I don't think so. We're just waiting for our next guest, Suesha. So let's just tell our viewers today, our audience today, a bit more about this first of a kind conclave. Now let me tell you that NBF, the National Conclave today, Future of News, is a first of its kind conclave brought to you by the largest congregation of news bodies. The NBF, in fact, truly represents and captures the diversity of news media with Gandhinagar, from Gandhinagar to Guwahati, Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So clearly, of course, we are bringing to you today not just a conclave out of Delhi, not just representing the north of India, but the east, the west, and the south, Suesha.
Very true, very true. And that was the very idea of the NBF and how it came together, and which is why we have all the corporate honchos, top political bigwigs to join us in this event. I believe, Uday, we also now have a very esteemed guest lined up next.
Yes, I think he will just be joining us in seconds from now. He will be joining us in seconds from now. We will soon have him in our midst. And yes, as we've of course been saying that, this first of its kind news conclave is bringing you today those in power centers, those in powerful positions, of course, bouncing off ideas that will serve as a game changer for the news industry. Buoyed by an unprecedented need for it during the pandemic, the news media in India is observing a healthy churn like never before. This new habit formation thrives at the tri-junction of impeccable journalism, and in fact at this point we are now quickly moving on to our next session, a keynote address by Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is with us. A warm welcome to him. Could we please have a round of applause? Dr. Jitendra Singh ji will be speaking to us about what the future of news reaching 1 billion homes would mean and look like. India's digital revolution has seen the transfer of cable TV to D2H, which has unleashed India's satellite technology, harnessing potential from a sole antenna being adjusted. We all remember that, the shifting of antennas when you were probably watching a cricket match or missing a key moment in a movie. But that is all of yesterday. Now we have, of course, numerous news channels using specific and the best satellite bandwidth to reach homes in high definition. With the advent of 5G technology, that was of course announced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently, along with India making strides in launching artificial satellites, we will have unparalleled broadcasting capabilities, and all of this also falls in the ambit of the ministry of our next speaker today.
Yes, and needless to say, this will also ultimately translate to the scenario of news reaching to 1 billion households, which is the eventual aim. This will also have its own set of challenges, and the regulation will come as a paradigm shift of content proliferation. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. To speak to us about these is none other than Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State for Science and Technology and Earth Sciences under the charge of the PMO. He's been a professor, a consultant, clinical practitioner, author of 8 books, and a newspaper columnist, and also the ex-chairman for the National Scientific Committee, Diabetes, and the Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. And to welcome him, we also have an audio-visual playing out before that. After that, we'd like to have you on stage, sir.
Let's play out the AV, please.
At the intersection of telecom, media, and technology are the regulatory bodies with a mission to nurture conditions for growth. with a vision to play a leading role in the global information society. Universal access and reaching 1 billion homes is key. A level playing field for fair competition is necessary. Joining us now is the Union Minister of State Science and Tech, Earth Sciences, PMO, Department of Personal Training, Atomic Energy and Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh, to elucidate on future of news reaching 1 billion homes.
Let's welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh on stage, please, for his
A huge
keynote
round of
address.
applause.
Thank you for your kind introduction. In fact, I was about to come and I then realized the introduction was still carrying on. So thanks for reminding me of many of what oneself tends to forget. Nevertheless, I must confess, I actually didn't know where I am going, what I am going for. So I received a message from Arnav and I am here because I knew it was going to be a good cause. And I think that about all defines the credibility of NBF. So I was sure Arnav and his team is up to something, so it has to be a good cause in the national interest, and that's precisely what I'm seeing over here. And I was just now told that it's 3 years old, and I must also have, I think I have no hesitation saying that Arnav and his team have, and the entire lot of this federation has actually sought to change the narrative in news reporting and also news comment. Somehow, though it doesn't seem very flattering saying, in the years, bygone years, there was a trend of sounding intellectual by being slightly anti-India. And that somehow, the mindset stepped in that it was synonymous with intellectualism. You had to be unorthodox, you had to be rebellious, out of the way, you had to sound little anti-national so that, and if you could grow a long beard, that it will supplement your persona. But I think that's very amazing. I've been saying this even for many years now, because I'm glad that now the NBF has taken up this cause. But when we there, I think 2008, when we had the much widely publicized this Amarnath land agitation, and this was one of the only channels possibly which was supporting the cause, the channel which was then being managed by Arnav. And even in those days I always said that this is a mindset which has got in because of our legacy of carrying the hangover of feudal past. And it seems very fashionable talking like that, though it's not done even in the most advanced countries of the world. So once I narrated an anecdote, soon after the 1965 war, when President Johnson had taken over in US, because Kennedy got assassinated in December 64. And there was a press briefing by the President, that was soon after the war was over between India and Pakistan. And as usual, the President was narrating how the so-called Kashmir issue needs to be resolved, this, that, and the will of the people, etc., etc. So we had a journalist, I'm sure the old-timers will remember Mr. Inderjeet, who later on became a member of Parliament also. So he used to tell, he said he suddenly got up and he said, Mr. President, don't you think many of the American states have also become a part of the United States in a similar manner, acceded or taken over Atlanta, Georgia, etc., etc. So the President immediately lost his cool and he said, gentlemen, we don't open closed chapters. That is a closed chapter. But in the Indian media somehow it became fashionable to open the closed chapters and not let any chapter close down. So even if you had to discuss Kashmir, you had to discuss Northeast, you had to discuss it with a narrative which would appear as if India is at a gross fault and committing a sin by taking a position that it is taking. And I'm glad that this group of enlightened journalists have actually sought to change that narrative it is no longer unfashionable to be a pro-Indian journalist or a pro-Indian thinker or a pro-Indian intellectual. So to my mind, I think in a single sentence, that is the biggest contribution of NBF to the cause of nation, to the society, and I wish them a good work in future, and healthy criticism of course is welcome because that offers us an opportunity for course correction, but criticism just because it is a part of the Lutyens' evening jargon may not have a long life, and I think gradually it's begun to realize, and sooner most of us realize, good for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that address, Dr. Jiten Singh, and for gracing us with your presence. Could we once again have a round of applause for Dr. Singh? I would now like to invite Niranjan on stage to give us more details about our next very, very interesting session lined up at the NBF Conclave. Niranjan.
Thank you for that. Up next is a panel on the future of measurement. You've heard of Bark and Beyond. We've had an extensive discussion this morning. Measurement is a key index for the efficacy of the news television industry in the country. It forms the basis for advertisers, some of whom were on stage a few minutes back, to invest their monies in a news platform. Considered how the system itself has come under scrutiny in the past, its evolution and revision rests in the hands of the able few. Here's a short audio visual on what you can expect from the next panel. All right, may I invite Mr. Shankar to moderate the session? Shankar of Fourth Dimension? Shankar. And joining Shankar as speakers on this panel will be Mr. Shashi Vempati, who's the former CEO of Prasar Bharati, the ex-CEO of Niti Digital, who has also served as an independent director on the board of the Indian Broadcasting Foundation in the past. A technocrat at heart, Mr. Vempati constantly writes on politics, public policy and emerging areas of technology like artificial intelligence and broadband convergence. Joining Mr. Shashi Vempati on the panel will be Mr. L.V. Krishnan, who is the CEO at TAM Media Research. His expertise in the body has held the central media research body for the Indian media industry carve a niche for itself on the global map. Pankaj Mishra is the founder and CEO of Chrome Data Analytics and Media in 2009, which has 6 proprietary distribution tools used by over 100 channels across the industry. And we also have Mr. Narayanan, the CEO of Alliance Nexus Advertising, joining us on the panel. Anil Airur, the Group CEO of Flowers TV, also with us on stage. And Angad Deep, joining us on the panel. Angad, please come up on stage. Shankar, over to you. Over to you, Shankar.
Hello. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for being a part of this session. I know a lot of friends in this room, my news friends, are expecting firecrackers and all, and I can assure you that's not going to happen. And you know, the earlier session, people asking almost the same set of questions which we were prepared, LV. Okay, now I'm just not going to be making any further delay. Can I have a quick introduction from guys, starting from Angad? A 30-second introduction. It's all done. It's okay. We'll just get on to it. Okay, I just have 2 questions since we have just 40 minutes. The burning issue today in news as a genre, you know, I'm talking from a business perspective. not from content. Okay, content is to be dealt separately. See, most of us, we run, the news channels here. I'm having this question for Narayan from Alliance. Okay, then we'll just take a roll. What I would like to ask you is, Naru, news today is still bought on CPRP. Okay, for people here, CPRP is basically cost per rating point. Somewhere I feel that on behalf of agencies, on behalf of you are a very strong representative of media agencies, you've been really unfair to us. Okay, the first point is you set a benchmark for CPRP. You have a national template of 1800 or 2000 or 2500. And you bias on that basis. As such, our genre is so small. Okay, ultimately when it comes to a point when you have to bias, the rates, other than a few national channels, I'm talking on behalf of both national and regional, our rates just don't increase. Okay, and a national CPRP of 2000 for a channel which does about 30-35 GRPs, then you can imagine at what rate you would want to buy. Okay, now the point what I want to ask you, is this basically you're trying to, you are actually in a mood not to increase rates. To avoid giving us a rate increase, you have these new terminologies of, national CPRP and so on and so forth. This is posing to be a big problem for us because 80% of the news channels today are FTAs. Our survival depends on people like you. So over to you and then we'll just go. And I'm expecting some gossip reply from you. Huh? We should go. We're all going live.
Firstly, good afternoon to all of you. It's great being here. Coming to the question specifically, my response to that is, firstly, news cannot be bought on CPRP. I think from whatever experience of 30 years and across media, and especially at Alliance, is one of the largest buyers of news in this country. I can clearly say that news is always on ERs and kind of, CPRPs is as a byproduct, by the way, in wherever it comes in. That's one way of looking at it. The other way, I just wanted to bring in a perspective where even if you look at the BARC ratings, by virtue of ratings, news channels delivered much more than news. Music channels delivers much more than news. But reality is whenever there is a burning issue or whenever there is a good cause or a great cause, the whole nation sits up and watches news. So I think that's the reality, which we have to accept it. So news channels cannot be ignored even for a normal FMCG plans and even of kind of a regular plans. So I think one needs to also go beyond ratings, and specifically I can give you some examples of key brands who have built, given the agency I represent, Alliance, there are a lot of brands which are built completely on news. I can give an example of Asian Shoes, which is a very challenger brand in a competing footwear, fiercely contested market, leveraging on only one program for 2 years or just in a prime time slot. And that's built great business for them. So where are ratings? And then there is a disparity between the ratings and actually what works in building a brand. So one needs to go beyond that. And secondly, coming to news specifically at the agency, we have actually looked at very robust and intensive methodology to capture what works. In fact, we do a lot of ROI analytics and a lot of econometric modeling to find out spot placement leading to outcomes. So I think somewhere one needs to move beyond ratings to measuring outcomes for the brand. And given we work with a lot of the new age brands, I think where they have a lot of data. So you match the data of where the spot appears, whether it was a 7 p.m. or a 9 p.m. or a 10 p.m. news, and we could see a delta moving. I think that's where the whole conversation I want to take it. It's like moving away from this CPRP bit to a kind of outcome base. And even within that, let me highlight from whatever analytics we have seen, it's the number of spots per day. The higher threshold spots gives a better response. If you go with very minimum spots on the news channel, it's a complete waste of money. I think somewhere, we need to have robust analytics to actually support and try and test different scenarios where we are able to prove the efficacy of the medium. But from whatever we have seen, News does build credibility, it builds trust to the brand, and it also helps build sales in many cases. So I think that's my response to your question, and if I've answered it the way it was expected, or I hope that is gossip to this question.
Actually, no. But I'll accept, but I'll take it because, you know, you still, you've not been able to, you've given a reply. I don't think it will convince most of the sellers here. Anyway, I'll now come to Pankaj. I'm coming back to you.
Yeah.
Over to you, Pankaj.
Okay, so on the gossip side, it's more of an interesting statistic since I'm a data scientist. Do we have any research, people from research departments? I'm sure there are lots of them, right? So this is very interesting. It's simple maths. The question of sampling size has been done to death ever since LV, you and I used to fight.
That's my next question. So don't let out the answer.
So we can't. There's a research constraint. So during the days of TAM or during the days of Bach, we've come 22 years. I remember LV and I first met at the Leela in Bombay, and we had the same argument on National Geographic not being adequately represented. It's surprising to see that 22 years later the topic is still the same. So I think it is fair to assume that sample nahi change ho sakta. There is a constraint. Ho sakta to 22 saal mein ho chuka hota by now, as Sashi also rightly said. The problem I think is elsewhere on the CPRP, to answer your question. So let's take a real example. If you look at English news as a genre, since Karthik was here, right? So English news, Arora ji, the average reach of English news is about 1% in a week. Means 1% of the total audiences watch English news in a given week. So let's take the sample size of 50,000 meters across the country, and let's take a leading market like Mumbai. So Mumbai would be what, some 2,000 people meters. If the reach is 1%, that means 1% of 2,000 people have broadly participated in contributing to the viewership. So 1% of 2,000 for a market like Bombay is 20 people meters in a week. So are 20 a representative sample? I don't think so, but even if 20 is representative, how many in a day? So you can't divide it by 7 because of duplicated content, duplicated audiences, but that's another 5 to 6 people in a day in Mumbai actually watch the leading English news channel on the panel. How many in an hour? 0. So how do you come to break ratings? Right? Unless there's a huge amount of extrapolation. So in my view, I was one of the first few guys. We did a huge CPRP by when I was with UTV in 2007 with Palle, I think. That was a huge figure. Us samay tak CPRP relevant tha because the number of channels were lesser. At this point in time, I think this entire debate of CPRP to me seems flawed. It makes no sense. So
that's what I was asking. So
did I answer the question that it not?
No, both of you, whoever can answer. So which means the point is, you are actually using this as a terminology to bring down our rates even further.
No, I'm not saying. Oh yeah.
I'm saying today. Okay, now another. Don't think I'm using you as a tool on behalf of everyone. See, another point is, every time when an account goes for a pitch, when it goes from agency A to B to C to D, the only thing which comes to us saying that an account has gone for a pitch, rate or come karo. GCs ka, we will not touch, movies we will not touch, but news channel, no, you bring down your rates by, correct, Akshata? I hope you agree with me. So I'm saying, like how he said, Pankaj said, shouldn't we be growing beyond this? I think to counter this, I think Anil, the last man there, will also answer. So, sorry, I just wanted to interrupt.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be growing beyond this. I mean, it's a no-brainer if you're having the same discussion after 22 years. Exactly the same discussion, right? So, there is a huge constraint, and I think Sashi also put it brilliantly. The gap is not technology. Right now, on my phone, I have an audio measurement device. So, if there is any live streaming happening, and that is already being mapped, you can actually know what content is being watched. This technology is not new, right? Zapper had done it in Bangalore. Other companies have done it. We've got it. Audio mapping is much simpler, but the problem is in taking the sample up. So you can take this to millions, but the problem lies in acceptance from the industry. It's not to do with technology, right? So digital is a brilliant example. If you are hell-bent on continuing with the same format, then really doesn't work. So the problem is not Bach or anyone who works with Bach. The problem is the stakeholders wanting to continue with the same terminologies of CPRP. मेरे हिसाब से क्या होना चाहिए? CPRP, in my view, should not be there. News, with all due respect to all the news owners here, if you put it very broadly from a consumer point of view, right? From a viewer, if you do good research, you will understand that हर कोई एक ही चीज बोल रहा है अलग-अलग formats में at different points in time. So everyone is giving the same news at different points in time. So it becomes it becomes mostly commodity. The key differentiator on content today or content consumption is availability. How many homes are getting it? That's why FTA content gets much higher reach than pay TV. So I think the best measurement here is to take the availability of content across some 161 million homes, one. Two, the availability of content on digital, right? So what's being watched on YouTube, on the browser, on an in-house app or a Z5 or an MX player. You marry all of that data, you have a very strong indicator of how many people are watching which content. And then you have some kind of a quality survey to rate it in terms of quality. As simple as that. I think that will be a much stronger parameter. And then you can come out with better derivatives of CPRPs.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Pankaj just now said, that you have to move beyond these older metrics, take a 360 view, TV plus digital. Also, I think in India we have not done enough on innovation in content pricing. Think of new models, flexible models of pricing content, especially with so much more consumption happening online on an on-demand basis, where I'm not tuning into linear all the time. There can be different ways of pricing content. And I think that would give you that diversity, and that's probably where you can demand that premium or value. I think what TV9 is doing with the OTT model for English content, news content, I think is very interesting. I think those are the kinds of experiments that you should build on to take this industry beyond these, older constructs which probably made sense a decade back, don't make sense anymore with increasingly hybrid consumption, which is not necessarily, real-time linear. It's more on demand when I want to watch it and on the kinds of devices that I want to watch.
LB, for a moment, think you're the same old media planner from Chaitra and HTA. Have a heart and answer.
Okay, I think news is all about being regional, actually, okay? Local and hyper-local in nature. Okay? In that kind of circumstances, you need to think about, as a body, think about what is the next step that you need to go into, actually. One is having an overall industry measurement at a national level, etc. But given the fact that your reach is all about regional and local, is there a way you can create measurements in those hyper-local areas effectively, cost-effectively, at the same time giving you ROI on your businesses, actually? And that's where technology comes into play, actually. While technology is available, I don't think the industry has used it effectively in nature. RPD is a beautiful, strong solution that's available in the marketplace. Okay? Return path data through the set-top boxes. Return path data through the mobile devices. Return path data through your broadband connected television sets, actually. The world is changing. The audiences are changing. Okay? As penetration of set-top boxes has happened since 2018, when the government finally rolled out fully 100% the set-top box regime, 100% of the homes in the country are connected, actually, except for a few homes in Chennai probably. Now, is there a way to exploit that? In the last 6 years, we have had experience using return path data on Tata Sky set-top boxes, actually. Okay? It is incredible. The difference between BARC and return path data is not the fact that the trends are different, actually, but it gives you granular data. Data at a microscopic level, actually. Because you have around 100,000 set-top boxes only in Manipur itself, actually. Okay. So with that kind of a scale, you can dissect consumption data on television even more effectively in nature. Somebody like, say, Sanjeev, for example, who owns cable network, actually, or Jaggi, for example, in Orissa. Okay. Why not move on to the path of creating set-top boxes that enable you to provide data itself. So you're not then going back again and again to one single body and saying the fact that why is the data not representative of my area? Why is the fact that I'm not able to create usefulness that can give ROI for my business? Okay. Enough of it. You've already spoken about it 100 times actually. There's no response to that. Move on with your life because it's your business at the end of the day actually. And if you cannot rectify your business, then ultimately, there's nobody else who can show you the path actually. Okay. There are organizations in this country who uses technology, work with platform owners and create data that brings efficacy and efficiency for organizations to work and get ROI in it actually. Seek out to them, reach out to them, talk to them and see how solutions can be created itself. That's what I could say as my point of view on this particular question.
Anil?
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to open in a very out-of-the-box way. So generally when we spoke about news, we say news industry. So why we say as news industry? So we should understand this when you are talking about CPRP. See, I will read about the quote about industry. Companies and activities involved in the process of producing goods for sale, especially in a factory or special zone. It's not my definition, it's Cambridge University definition. So whether you are producing news for sale as an industry to make profit is my first question. As media owners, are we there to make profit, to make money? Is the first question. Or where do you put a profit in a threshold? So I know this much of money from the news sector. Okay. Or will I stop losses here and I'll shut my news house or the media house here? Is the first question. See, in my language, Malayalam in Kerala, I have my news network where I don't play for gallery. Okay. I make profit from regional clients, not from national clients. I do have bar rating, where as per the bar rating I am number 2. As per the perception I should be number 1. But obviously the meters are there, okay, I understood the limitations. No, you cannot be increased in a larger country like India. You don't have that much of resources to increase the meters. But I solved my problem with my retail clients. I mean, Shankar knows well that when I go to national MNC companies, they argue for 100 rupees. 1,200 to 250, 275, 300. So this much of our arguments. I said, okay. Politely I said, okay. Okay, I said to my sales team, no to take that. In one case, I actually pulled one brand in MNC outside and built a local brand. And I made a share of 5% for them in my market, which is enough for them and for me also. So I don't feel goosebumps when Dettol's ads plays on my network. It's as simple as that. And regarding the technology also, so we started from 2 hours of black and white transition from Delhi in television to this level. Okay. So from analog transmission, from Doordarshan to right now to any, any screen you can be right now. So technology will keep changing. It's not about digital and everything. So whoever wants to be seen on the network can be given space for that. Now, our network right now only can have 13,000 seconds in a day. I have 22,000 almost every day. I cannot carry that. But somebody is asking for a cheaper rate, I won't entertain it. So why should we worry about too much of these things? There are more than 3.25 lakhs of brands in India. So
it's a question about how we find out the, prosperity clients or agencies regionally.
Thanks, LB. LB, you're also a master in ADEX. Have you ever seen the growth of regional brands? Because of problems like what he's saying, I'm sure Angad has the same, we have, everyone has. There's been a surge of so-called retail brands, which makes most of the regional players, the dependence on national brands far lower. Have you seen a surge in ADEX in the last couple of years?
Between 2019, pre-COVID, and 2022, actually, there has been a phenomenal 176% growth rate in regional advertising, actually. Okay. Now, the difference is basically the fact that where are they going, actually? Okay. Now, bulk of it was in the print category. Okay. Bulk of the regional advertising was in the print category, including the hyperlocal advertisers. From there, they were, till 2019, the next step was graduating into regional television. Okay? Today, it's bifurcated between digital, Facebook, YouTube, and regional television. Okay? So therefore, you have a bigger competitor already over there, okay, in digital, sitting there, picking away all these regional advertisers who have come into print, into hyperlocal level, and moving straight into digital instead of regional television. So that's the threat that television and specifically news have. So it's great that there's a growth of 176% over 3 years, but that is getting bifurcated across two different platforms.
How much of that would be on television? Close to 35-40%?
So on television, it's around 60%. So television is not bad, doing bad, but what is happening is the fact that digital is taking a bigger share of that, actually. For example, if I look at digital alone, okay, there is around close to 3 lakh advertisers already on digital platform. Okay. Television is just about that, close to around 3.5 lakhs to 4 lakhs actually. Okay. So what is happening is from a zero level, digital has caught up with television completely in terms of sheer number of advertisers at an overall level.
Hello. I really feel that running a regional news channel on the new CPRP basis is highly difficult. Because running a regional news channel has a lot of cost involved in it rather than a national channel. Regional channel has to bear a lot of the other costs, has a lot of huge staff. They have to hire, I would say, a lot of HODs and all to compete with it. So CPRP market should be, CPRP shouldn't be considered in the regional news market.
Sorry, Angad, my point was not on.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm generally saying it on Shankarji's point.
Yeah, he is actually answering my question.
We have to actually run the viral videos to increase the CPRP on the break markets and all that. And considering Punjab doesn't even get the corporate clients, Punjab regional channel. Most of them are covered by the national channels. So we have a huge problem for that.
No, I'm avoiding my first question because Jaggi had asked it in the last session on panel, so I don't want to repeat the same. And we've had enough gyan on panel and all that. So my next question, I think Kaur wants to take it. See, we are actually in a market today, we have this multi-device fragmented video consuming and all of that. Keeping those things in mind, is the measurement of today, LB, I think I'll start with you, is the measurement of today outdated, or we as an industry, are we keeping up to pace with the change? And the second point, I guess we have, each one of us can take about 4 or 5 minutes. The second point is, okay, Niranjan is saying something. Second point is, what are the new measurement metrics, LB, should we as an industry expect in future? Quickly in 3 minutes.
Okay. If you ask me frankly whether the present measurement is in keeping pace with the changes in the industry happening in, obviously no, right? purely because of the fact that audiences are moved on actually. Linear television is no longer the benchmark, and OTT platforms have come into play, streaming has come into play in a big way. For example, we get data from around 3 lakh hybrid set-top boxes actually, okay? 300,000 hybrid set-top boxes spread across the entire country. And what we see is 50% depletion of time spent. Reach is still there for linear television. 50% depletion of time spent on linear content. And where is that 50% going to, the time spent going to? Actually, it's going into the OTT segment actually, or to the streaming segment. Okay? The overall consumption of television or content, not television, content in the home has jumped up by 30% actually. Okay? So video as a platform has terrific future actually, super future. Okay? News within that is an extensively high future actually. Okay? Short form of video. Okay? But where is it going to? From linear to streaming. And in streaming, short form video is taking shape in a big way actually. So what is happening is two phenomena are happening. One, the idiot box, which we used to call the television as an idiot box actually, is now a smart box or intelligent box because it's doing everything for you actually. And second, we always call television as a family television actually, right? Family device. It's becoming more personal device actually. When I say personal device, in the prime time, the audience who is watching it, which used to be around 3.5 to 4 members per home, is actually reduced around 2 to 2.5 members actually. The rest 2 members are in front of television set, but not watching television. It's on other devices actually. So therefore, if one were to look at the future actually of television as a platform, question mark. But television as an evolved video platform, great actually. Because there are going to be other devices that are going to compete with television as a screen. Now if I come down to the metric level, that's where things are changing. Okay? You need to move beyond what you're now calling it as a CPRP actually. Okay? Or what is just as a rating. That's a base actually. Okay? Build on top of it. Okay? We have been working on certain amount of data coming up from a metric called attention. I don't know whether I can project 1 or 2 slides on the screen actually for everybody to have a look at it. Yeah. So this is an attention device actually. Okay? Now what it does is, if you go to the next slide, the problem today that you're facing in hand, if you roll into the next slide. Next slide. Yeah. The problem that you face today is the fact that the device that is there, which is giving you ratings, is giving you ratings with respect to, at the best, what is getting watched in the home. Okay? And then it requires an additional equipment to know who is watching it actually. Okay? But yet you don't know whether the attention is on the screen or not actually. This is what Barun called it actually, sometime back in the panel, called impact ratings for news actually. Can you actually get impact ratings for news? Okay. If you go to the next slide. Yeah, next slide. If you look at this, okay, this is a technology that actually catches attention of the audiences onto the eyes actually, into the screen. Which means the fact that when we experimented within 2 markets in India, there were 2 content which actually had a high impact score. Okay, which means that more attention being given to the content on the screen, which was news, and live sports. They had a much more better attention than what general entertainment content or probably even music content or movie content actually had on the screen. So this is exactly what I think Barun was indicating towards Bach, to say the fact that can you upgrade from a basic level, vanilla level rating number to a impact level rating number. Okay, that allows for news to gauge the fact that if I'm getting better attention, even at a low rating level actually, that means the fact that the audience is engaged
than just actually giving you reach or OTS numbers actually. So this equipment is actually installed along with the television meter. Okay, or we do it in the RPD box actually, the return part data box. And we collect information on not just television viewing through the RPD box or the set-top box, but we pick up information related to where the eyeball is actually attended to. So that's why when I said the fact that television screen has moved from a family to a personal level, it's because this data indicates the fact that there are 4.5 people who were watching television earlier is now only 2.5 people watching attention on television. The rest two are watching other devices in nature. So your metric itself is now moving from reach and frequency to actually attention. And from attention, because you're also on devices along with it, you can actually track e-purchases too actually. So click-throughs and e-purchases can be the next area that can be tracked too.
Yeah, so I'm not in disagreement with LV after 22 years. The point that I wanted to make here is this entire debate about CPRP, about 50,000 people meters, we need to go beyond that. It's 22 years in the same debate. If you look at, I'm throwing in very ballpark numbers, the catch is on consumption of content, which according to me as well, the data that's come here is exponentially shot up. In our terms, it's more than 30%, it's almost 50%. So what is changing is the medium of consumption, right? So from cable you're moving to OTT or you're moving internet, but as far as content is concerned, it is only growing. Now the point I'm trying to make, which should be of interest to most of the media owners here, Karthik, Barun, the fact is that the effective rates today are mostly getting determined by representing 161 million cable and satellite homes. Whereas almost 50% of the viewership now is coming out of digital homes, out of OTT, out of browser consumptions, out of your own apps or out of your content on YouTube, which is not represented. There are broadcasters already using the data for their internal purposes and for selling purposes, which is the incremental data. So if you're operating at an effective rate of $2,000, you should actually be getting 3,000 rupees because of the additional reach coming out. To you as well. To you, Narayanan. So, yeah, so the point is that the content is actually grown, the medium of how it's grown is changed. If you look at broadly global numbers now, and if you look at the digital market, which is almost hitting about $500 billion, and India going by the population numbers, so we are looking at almost 1.4 billion out of 8 billion people, that's 20%. So 20% of $500 billion, you are looking at $100 billion revenue out of the industry. Usme se discount another 20% because we are poor, we are developing, all of that. So look at about some $80 billion, and half of that comes to, even if you take 50% of that of television, that's $40 billion against the existing number of I think some $10 billion. So I think there's a huge potential. The mistake that we are doing is, you know, we are battling amongst ourselves trying to prove that I'm better than you or you are better than me. Whereas the reality lies that the entire methodology itself is belittling the numbers. And the true numbers are much, much higher, is what I would say. So I really think that your overall top line should be definitely at least 50% of what they are, higher than what, 50% higher than what they are. Going by both global numbers and the incremental reach, which is not being reported right now.
Shankarji, I feel some member channels would also like to speak.
Quickly.
No, some from the audience as well.
Hi Shankar. This is especially for LV. In the age of digital consumption where algorithms and data and analytics are slicing and dicing the data far more effectively for the advertisers and in multiple ways, how relevant does these television rating mechanisms stay, including yours? Because, you know, you are really trying very hard to actually deduce it to a conclusion with your methodology. In that case, everything is deduced per se, per click, per visit, and so on and so forth. So what is the future? I mean, you know, we already have these solutions like what he's saying. It's already there. So why do we need to replicate it at all?
It's not replication actually. You're adding. Okay. Yeah, I think I was mentioning in the first question, I was mentioning about this case of last discussion that happened on Manipur actually. Okay? That BARC may not have enough sample representation in Manipur to represent the audiences over there. But we know the fact that 100% of Manipur homes are digitally connected either from a set-top box or through the mobile devices actually. Okay? We work with a couple of platform owners on set-top boxes. I'm talking about, when I talked about this data, I'm talking about 300,000 homes actually, data coming in from where segregation is happening to understand what is the behavior patterns are given out. So when you have around 100,000 homes of Manipur getting completely taken away from by return path data, which is 1/10 of the cost of investment of even 10,000 people meters in that particular market actually, why not use it actually? Okay. It just requires a middleware in those boxes to upgrade that. At the end of the day, news is all about local, regional, hyper-local in nature. And if you want those advertisers to come into play and not be on any other genres actually, the data from these kind of devices can actually give you much more interesting thought than actually having a cost of implementing a panel with high sophistication new boxes put into play.
But you would agree that it's limited to the television screen only and it's driving the data?
No, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that actually. So what happens is when you do cross-screen measurement actually, for example, the first cross-screen on audio, we are working on it to release it next year actually, early next year, which will give you indication between radio stations listened on FM with streaming stations being listened on mobile actually, together in nature. Okay. So what it gives you therefore is an amplification of consumption pattern between two devices, and it can go beyond two devices as more devices enter. For example, connected TV. Okay. So the minute the connected TV coming in and smart boxes goes off actually, set-top box goes off, it's picking up data from the connected TV and adjoining it with the mobile content and checking out what exactly is the behavior pattern.
So pardon my ignorance, I need to ask another one because so all we're talking about is how to measure linearity of content. Ultimately, it all boils down to what is the viewership when content is streamed in a linear manner.
No.
And that is the focus, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. What is getting viewed by the customer, whether linear or non-linear, it's a video consumption actually. It removes linearity and non-linearity out of the box completely. It's just video consumption, whether it's going to be on YouTube the consumption is, or whether it's through the cable operator or the DTH or the connected TV part of it actually.
So all across platforms, it will report it as and when.
Exactly.
So it's not at a particular point in time, it's an ongoing process.
Exactly.
Karthik, इसमें दो चीज और हैं. Just two more things from our limited experience.
Pankaj, quickly in 120 seconds.
Yeah. Anything which comes to a panel, right, has its own limitations. The moment you open it and democratize it and it runs into millions, the data is much more accurate. If you look at any form of measurement basis iOS, it's all blocked. And if you look at anything on Android, Google is monopolistic. So you'll crack some kind of a technology, in 3 months it's gone. The only thing that is working now across almost 1 million respondents, the incremental reach that I spoke of, is mostly a hybrid model. Hybrid model mane, you can gauge the platform on a mobile phone in terms of which application is running on the front or on a smart TV. And to understand the content, what was watched, either linear or recorded, that is mostly survey based. And the chances of someone lying are low. So once you extrapolate that to 1 million, that should answer and gives you a hybrid model of consumption across all platforms, linear, recorded, and with a sample which is huge. And it can run into millions and millions, like the RD model, the Reader Digest model, where you have people just enrolling and just, pressing a button every day, and you have like 10 million participants. So that could be a much more robust model.
Great. So I think we will wind up this with Sashi. 120 seconds.
Yeah. So as consumption is going hybrid, I think measurement needs to go hybrid as well. So you will see increasingly, use of sensors, AI algorithms to come up with new metrics. For example, just like attention, why not measure trust, right? When news breaks, which is your most trusted source that you tune into? How do you measure that? Also with new technologies like 5G broadcasting, your broadcast stream itself could become measurable, just like internet streaming, right? So all these are new possibilities. So definitely the future of measurement will see much more hybrid methods using sensors, AI, and new technologies like 5G broadcast.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for a great session. Over to you, Niranjan.
everyone. Thank you, Shankar. Thank you, Shankar, for that. Thank you, Mr. Shashi Vempati. Thank you, Mr. Alvi Krishnan. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Mr. Narayan. And thank you, Angad. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is a panel lined up to discuss the future of TV and digital media. Technology has enabled the merger of linear and non-linear platforms, and convergence is the order of the day. But will it lead to monopolies originated by deep pocket players, domestic and globally? While that is a matter of worry, it's heartening to note that digital play has given rise to new age media entrepreneurship and innovation. New formats are on the anvil and storytelling has got a new lease of life. Is the way forward for converged entities or standalone digital products. Now, many of us know that it's not just TV, but we rely on a digital future as well. Here's a short audio-visual, and then we have a keynote address.
Over 700 million internet users, the advent of 5G technology. The technological foundation of Indian news is evolving. A churn like never before is on. Digital cannot be divorced from broadcast anymore. We are at the precipice of a tri-junction of impeccable journalism, world-class packaging, and next-in-class technology. Now on the NBF Future Conclave, gear up for an unmissable discussion on the future of news, the TV plus digital future.
And to set the context for this panel, may I invite on stage Mr. Vikram Sahai, who is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, also an IRS officer of the 1992 cadre. Mr. Vikram Sahai, if I can request you to give us a short keynote address, sir, from the podium, sir. Stage is yours, Mr. Sahai.
Good afternoon, everybody, and let me thank the NBF for having invited me and to share my thoughts on the future of news, TV and digital for this very distinguished audience. I'm very happy that the NBF has organized this national conclave, and especially having called the channels of the vernacular languages, because vernacular languages hold a very, very important space in this very diverse linguistic population that we have. And I think with the wide viewership they have, they are no less important than the news channels, English news channels, in fact more they are. Well, it's been a pity that over the last 2 years, we have not been able to have such large gatherings and meet in such large scale because of the widespread pandemic. And even though the problem is far from over, I think it's been a real magic and marvel how we have been able to overcome it with the grit and determination of the government and the foresightedness. And I think the great work which our frontline workers, doctors, paramedics all have done, the scientists and pharmaceuticals, and the vaccination drive which has been almost unparalleled internationally. And here I would say the role of the media was very, very important. It was not far back when the United Nations had said that this is like an infodemic, the type of fake news which is spreading around pandemic. And while the government took very good swift steps for that, I think the media played a very, very important role in trying to ensure that the news which is going on to the people about a disease which was very less known, very less heard of, was the correct, factually correct and balanced. And while the ministry did, I remember I would talk to people at 10 p.m. in the night, tell them this is the decision, please convey to the people. And that is how the media played a very, very important role. And kudos to all of you who are here for having been so responsible during real difficult times which this country faced. Well, I must say in both crisis times and good times, the television and print are here to stay and stay for long. While there is a discernible shift towards digital media, and all of us are aware of that because of the powered by technology, but to a very large extent, the good news that is coming on traditional TV platforms, on newsprint, the same thing is going on the digital version. So the chunk of good news, the chunk of the balanced news, whether it's on digital also, it is coming from the traditional media platforms. And therefore, even though there is a mushrooming of the standalone digital news outlets on the intermediary platforms like YouTube, etc., I think the responsibility and the credibility of the traditional news platforms stands intact. And in times to come, their responsibility would grow even further. Today I read in the newspapers, there was a report by the CSDS, the Center for Studies on Developing Societies. They had done a survey, and they said that maximum news consumption of people in this country is from the television news channels. And they also said that Doordarshan was most trustworthy. So we felt happy about it. That is not to take away anything from the private news channels. The issue of these mushrooming of news outlets, digital news platforms, and whether it is causing any threat to the traditional news platforms. The last few years, we also saw a lot of journalists who are working in these news platforms, in the traditional news platforms, fanning out and starting their own news portals. And I think if somebody with years of experience of good journalism, if he goes into a digital platform, he will be as good as he was on a traditional news platform. A good journalist is a good journalist, irrespective of the platform on which he is. So I think the challenge is to continue with the good content, irrespective of the platform where you are. Well, we in the ministry have always tried to do this balancing act between what we have, the constitutional rights of freedom of speech and expression, and the type of reasonable restrictions in the form of self-discipline, which we always talk about self-discipline, through various code of ethics, whether it is on print or television or digital. And this balancing act has led to a situation where we developed this three-tier regulatory mechanism. And I must compliment the NBF. NBF was among the first to reach out to the Government of India, to the ministry, and say, yes, we want to register ourselves both for the three-tier mechanism of television and the three-tier mechanism of digital media. And that reaching out by NBF said two things. Number one, not only to the government but to the citizens of the country, that we believe in law, we uphold the law, we respect the law, and we value the citizens' views. That is the message which NBF gave, and we are thankful to them for having done that. Well, a few things which we have done, I won't really spend too much time on that. The fact-check unit which has been there in the Press Information Bureau. One new thing which we have brought, and I think I must talk about it, is there is a research unit which we have developed. Research unit which is manned by young professionals. They are people who have degrees in journalism, they have experience of journalism, and they have hand out together as a team, and we are trying to develop some authentic documents on various aspects of how government functions on various sectors, socio-economic, health sectors, and these documents are then placed for the media to take advantage of. And I must say that a large number of stories which media is carrying is fanning out of these documents which this PIB research unit is doing. About 400 more documents have been prepared. So I will urge upon you, all of you, just go through that PIB website, see these documents. These documents could be quite useful in preparing authentic and balanced information and reaching out to the people of this country. Well, we all know that for any industry, commercial considerations are important. You're there for business. But while it is possible to say that, well, that can be the only consideration as far as certain entities are concerned, you stand out as a different profession. Because what you are producing and what people are consuming has externalities. It is not enough to say that we have a news, but that whatever you are speaking over TV debates, over news, whatever you are telling about to the people, that shapes minds, that influences people, that shapes career. So there is a large externality, and therefore the very, very important aspect of responsible journalism, I think I don't have to talk about it, all of you are quite aware of it. And all I can say is that we had to take some very decisive steps. It was a matter of real shame. Over the last few months, you might have heard or you might have read in the newspapers and television channels. It was a matter of shame, and we were constrained to block a few news channels. That was something which we had to do as a drastic step to ensure that news which is palpably anti-national, fake and frivolous needs to be blocked, needs to be curbed. And more shameful was an observation that these channels had large viewership. So in a way, the good content was being driven out by bad content. That is the real challenge. How do we ensure that the good content gets a good viewership, a large viewership? And there's a behavioral change which is required. Why should people watch bad content over good content? Why should people watch fake content over genuine content? So there is a behavioral change pattern required, but at the same time, as long as the good content is there, TV will continue and TV will prosper. Thank you so much once again for having invited me. Thank you.
We request you, Mr. Sai, to please take your seat on the stage. You're part, of course, of the next special panel discussion. We are going to be looking now at the future of news, the TV and digital future. Yes, everyone is talking about the digital medium. Is that really the future of news? We will be talking more about that in the next panel, Krishna.
That's right, and for that fascinating panel, let me call upon the people who are going to be on stage, apart from Mr. Vikram Sahai. I'm going to invite Mr. Manoj Gairola of News Nation to please come on stage. Ms. Litisha Panda, Business Development Officer of OTV, to please come on stage. And we are also inviting Mr. Uday Reddy, the founder and CEO of Yup TV, which is one of the world's largest internet-based TV service and on-demand service provider for South Asian content, offering content in 14 languages. That's Yup TV and Uday Reddy. And I'm also inviting Mr. Rajat Wahi, Senior Director, Partner, Management Consulting at Deloitte. He has over 25 years of experience in CPG and consulting and has worked with global firms at senior management positions. Wonderful having him over here. Now the floor is all yours, leaving it up to the moderators of this session, Mr. Manoj Gairola and Ms. Litisha Panda, to take it from here on. Thank you.
Hello, is it good? Yeah, good morning to all of you and welcome to this session of NBF Conclave. Our topic is the TV plus digital future. It is going to be a very interesting session, as all of us know that TV is declining in its present form. It is losing subscribers and digital news consumption is increasing. When I say digital news consumption, it means news consumption through mobile phones, computers and connected TV. It can be through OTT, it can be through apps, Google, Facebook or any other social media platform. For TV broadcasters, the biggest challenge is how to generate revenue in digital space. For a media company, there are generally two sources of revenue. One is through subscription and one is through ad. Everyone loves subscription revenue. But it is very difficult to ask your subscribers to pay for news, especially in this space. CNN learned it the hard way. The company launched CNN Plus, a live streaming app. It invested close to $300 million. And this app was closed down. It was shut within a month of its launch. And in India also, I think 1 or 2 media companies have launched similar kind of app. And these apps are not doing well. Then another comes ad revenue. The biggest problem in digital space is that for ad revenue, we have to depend on big tech firms. It is mainly Google, Facebook or other platforms. Because it is these big tech firms who carry our content to our subscribers. And we have to continuously struggle with their with their policies, algorithm, etc. And generally they collect, in many cases they collect revenue from client and share with media companies. That is why there is always tussle between media companies and these big tech firms. So these are the challenges for TV broadcasters. And I would like to start with Mr. Wahi. So, Mr. Wahi, what do you think is the way forward for TV broadcasters?
So thank you anyway for having me on this interesting panel. So I think, your points you made are very, very valid. Clearly, we are moving to a digital age, a lot of digital advertising. I was reading some data in terms of the growth that the digital media has seen, depending upon what report you read, between whether it's, today, if you look at the total advertising revenue, digital is accounting for between 33 to 45%, growing between 20 and 30%, again, depending upon the reports you need. So it is clearly here to stay. And I think that my sense is that as the as the consumers take on media and they absorb their consumption through mobile phones, mobile phone usage is going up in India. It's 4.5 or almost 5 hours a day today that consumers are spending on their mobile phones. So I think all of these trends mean that the advertising, that the news media also needs to adapt in terms of about the content, right? Because the digital is here to stay. It's not going to decrease, it's only going to increase. Today it's 45%, maybe it'll become 50%. But it's, in my view, it's not to say that it is at some point going to, completely take over from the TV to advertising, because it's like, I give the example of retail in India. Today there's a lot of noise about e-commerce becoming a large player, but after everything we look at it, almost 95% of Indian retail is still brick and mortar retail, and e-commerce only accounts for 5% of total. Even in developed markets today, in markets like the US, e-commerce accounts for only 25% of total retail. 75% is still brick and mortar retail. So I think similarly, there is going to be there is a current tussle. But at the end of the day, it's going to be about content. It's about how you reach your consumers. How do you make it easily accessible to them? Whether it's short news, relevant news, integrity, honesty, all of that stuff. So I think, yeah, it's about going to be how do you adapt your content based on the way they will consume. And you know that 5G is going to transform that even more, faster, quicker. So from that perspective, I think, I think that's the way I see it.
But the basic question. But the basic question is how to make money. So Uday, can you enlighten us on this thing?
Hello. So before answering, I would like to give a perspective on technology itself. So the technology, when started, it was a broadcast, one to many, right? That's where cable and satellite has come. And today, TV is digital actually. And if you see today, I will look at Amazon, I think post Diwali you may be seeing 50 million smart TVs. So it's all digital. So what is going to be different is the digital gives accurate metrics for advertisers. Every 10 seconds your heartbeat comes, who is watching, what content is watched. So it's unlike BARC or TRP. I mean, the digital side for advertisers, there's a lot of accurate metrics available for the monetization purposes. And you have seen what mobile has done to landline in India and what mobile data has done, disruption. And if you go back, I come from telecom background and then went to media, but what Symbian OS and Nokia used to have 70% market share. So I see that going forward, there will be a lot of disruption in the news industry. It's going to be digital, it's going to be hyper-local. So I come from Telangana, it's Karimnagar district, Hyderabad. So the younger generation, the millennials, are watching extremely hyper-local news. They don't care about what's happening. The amount of time they spend on hyper-local is high. So today, what technology brings is the cloud playouts for the news channels, gives the ability for the broadcasters to go hyper-local. See, today any national news broadcasters can immediately launch a district-level news channel. So that is the future, and that also will give advertisers accurate metrics for them to monetize. I think that's the future. And if you see 500 million smartphones with more than coming to around 50 million TV households, it's already people are watching digital, and I think that's my view. That's my view, and we are already seeing in the US, the CPMs, for example, in connected TVs are $20 CPM. So that will happen in India also, I think.
on that.
That is the question I wanted to ask you. What is your take, Litisha, on it?
I would like to continue, like, as rightly you pointed that, yes, as a consumer, I only know streaming services, digital platforms, right? But as a second generation media entrepreneur, I'm worried. Because when you say advertising, I can't survive on only digital advertising revenue, not in India, not at the moment. And in fact, as a regional advertiser, I definitely cannot survive on digital advertising revenue. So, especially I think this conversation I was having just before our discussion, that it's become like a caste system. English is at the top of the CPM rate. Then there is Hindi, then there comes other regional languages. In fact, this is for everybody's information, Odia just got monetized on the big tech platforms. So imagine we being a 25-year-old company, being first and a pioneer in every stage, in digital, in television, everything, and yet still struggling for the CPM rate because you know you're either being treated as second-class citizens or I don't know. So how to bridge that gap in digital advertising? Because technically in India, I don't think anybody can survive on only digital advertising revenue. So I would like to know how do we survive is, you know, my question would be that, to learn from you.
I think that's the today's view. So we have seen how connected TV advertising in the US, now it's like $25, $30, and the fast networks have come, free ad supported television. So I think once the advertisers get to have a good number in terms of the reach, and you are able to give the exact metrics in terms of the location, the age group, which device, I think that kind of, that's going to be the future. Right now you're seeing today's point of view, but that's what happened in the US few years back. Connected TV, there is no fast networks, but now it's US is doing great, UK is doing great, Europe is going, I think India will just follow. I think it's a question of time.
But what about outlets, you know, the different news distribution outlets, right, who take the charge of giving advertisement to us? There is no transparency in that. There is no transparency in terms of if we are giving you our content to display on your platforms, where is my revenue? Where is my share of revenue? And how do I know whose ad, which ad you're playing on my content, so that you can give me royalty at least, you know, for the least. And advertising revenue share is as it goes. But it's just so unclear at the moment that even if we have to make this change, there needs to be hope. I'm sure that, of course, there is hope by looking at different countries, but at the moment we're moving at a lightning speed. And at this lightning speed, don't you think there has to be some regulation in terms of revenues and monetization, especially advertisement generation when, you know, happens on my content on different platforms? So where is that transparency, and how can we get that transparency, being a tech platform and, sir, from the government's perspective?
Yeah, actually this question should be pointed to Vikram Thai-ji. Actually, yeah, you see that there is a tussle between media firms and these big tech firms. And in many countries, governments have intervened and they made policy. So what is the status in our country? I mean, we are in the process of making a policy. So when it is going to happen, and what is the, I mean?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I like this young blood speaking so well, so frankly. I think that's the angst of this generation. I mean, they would not like any type of discrimination. I mean, whatever might have happened in the past, but it is an egalitarian society and everybody has a right to have its voice. On this issue, we all know that Australia had this thing, that Australia prepared a law because the tech giants were not agreeing to the bargaining arrangement which was being offered by their competition commission, and then the parliament issued a law, and then that is being done. Here also, as I understand, and I think all of you would be aware, the matter is before the Competition Commission of India. So but let us await that. Today there was some article. Yesterday there was a decision of the Competition Commission related to Google, but that was on a different thing altogether. That was on anti-monopoly. But there is already a matter where I think some of the broadcasters federations have already gone there. And let's await the type of investigation and the results which come from Competition Commission. But yes, it is definitely an alarming factor where if the content is mine and you piggy ride on my content, but give me pittance, it worries. But let us see how it shapes up, but we are quite concerned about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Wahi, what do you think? I mean, what is the experience in other countries like USA and Europe?
So I think most countries are struggling with this. France is also, I mean, in addition to Australia, has also now forcing the tech platforms to share a larger chunk of the revenues, building more transparency on that. I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg, because what's also happening is that we are going to see stringent privacy laws come in. So while a lot of tracking will happen in terms of who you are, what you're watching, but the privacy laws will also create more firewalls, which will also make it more difficult to do targeted marketing, etc. down the line. Because a year ago we were talking about a much bigger spread in terms of being able to access every consumer, who they are, what they buy. But a lot of the privacy laws will stop that. But I think the key conversation today is that more and more there has to be a transparency in terms of being, what is being spent on any platform, any media. And the same is happening on news today. We get so many WhatsApp groups which are circulating news on various platforms directly to us. Everybody is watching that. Nobody is getting paid for it down the line. So some level of regulatory mechanism, and again, it's always a very tricky, it's a very slippery slope. How much do you want to regulate this? Because social media today is what's going to drive it. If I look at social commerce, expected to reach $25 trillion in the next 5 years. Today it's only roughly about $4.5–5 trillion globally. So this is going to become more and more Insta, WhatsApp, advertising, spread of news, etc. on these platforms. And I think we need to be able to, and I think most governments are maybe 2 or 3 steps behind, because tech is definitely ahead of the curve. So how do you catch up? How do you learn from other countries like France, Australia, quickly bring in some of these regulations to enable better sharing of revenues, not to control what's being spent, but to enable better sharing of revenues is the way I think the whole world is moving ahead.
So, Uday, do you think that subscribers will be willing to pay for news? Because for entertainment, generally subscribers pay, whether it is Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. But in the case of news, what is your opinion? Or what should be the news content that subscribers are willing to pay?
So I think it depends on the content. Like the way TV9 is started, the premiumness of the content depends on that, the subscription. But there's a lot of opportunity to monetize. As I said, every 10 seconds you can take the heartbeat of every single client, what is being watched. You can integrate EPG. So there's a lot of potential on the advertising supported news as well. And connected TV is going to go really big. That is a big CPM rates going to come, because they really correlate satellite cable as TV. And when connected TVs really take off, there's a good opportunity on the monetization. But there's a lot of resistance today for a news on a subscription, unless it's a really premium in nature. But like, let's say for example, I'm based out of Atlanta, and when Watchdog or TV9 comes or Republic, I have to see the news ads from here. So there is a technology now available to put a SCT markers on the news channels itself. So on the server side, the ads can be replaced, and that can generate a significant CP advertising revenue. And that's even in the youngsters today, millennial, they're all on mobile, short form, and the technology with cloud playout enables to have a hyper-local channels without any cost. So that will enable the monetization, and also since being capex opex being low, it can be a great business model. Yeah.
And with that, I have one question. Sorry. My another question would be, what about the piracy that happens? Outside India. Inside India, okay, we're able to regulate it, we're able to put the, piracy agencies, etc. But what happens outside India, like the NRIs and the NROs? So
We are the main, we are going through this. Actually, I met Minister also recently it's really, really pathetic right now. Almost 90% of the international market is pirated. And we are the most affected because we are the only platform out there. People are downlinking channels, different parts, and they're uplinking. They would take content from all the OTT and they curate it and they're selling as a back boxes. So we have done a lot of extensive work. They've identified 5 main players. We're going after them, but it's a really, really big challenge. And I've been trying to convince all the broadcasters to go at least ad supported instead of getting or a low cost, to get to reach the diaspora audience.
So I have one question for you. So recently I had one of the tech giants, I don't want to name them, when I had a conversation with them and I said, hey, my numbers are not, growing, it's just stuck at a certain level, in fact it's receding. So they said, oh, our algorithm has changed and we are now ranking only non-news content, not the news content. Do you think that controlling the narrative of what the people want so that they'll only show them what is non-news and news is sort of being controlled?
Not really. I mean, that cannot be the
Will
objective.
we allow that?
I mean, we need to very closely look at what you're saying. We'll have a separate discussion on that. But definitely it cannot be a situation where a certain narrative or a certain type of content is only being allowed to be shown at the exclusion of others. And I don't think there's anything more important than good news content. Entertainment can be there, entertainment can wait, but a good news content cannot. So definitely we'll look at that particular thing, but yeah.
I have one question for you, sir. Sorry, I've taken the thing. Sorry. So with initially earlier, the news coverage, every certain specific audience had every specific news channel had a specific audience to deepen the news coverage, and the news coverage was thought through, right? Right now it's become so inexpensive, it's become very casual. Now everybody has the social media as a, they don't even look to media channels to go and say, hey, we need information. So what are the kind of tools and what are the kind of technology that we can equip our journalists and the media industry with so that we can survive that bit?
So I think today, whether you are tracking your news journalist performance, there are large platforms available today. Again, these are large tech platforms today who can work with you, create the analytics, create the infrastructure to say what should be, how should they be able to track the performance, how should they be able to improve their effectivity, how can they also learn and get direct feed from other platforms. So enough is available today. I think in my view today, you can't do it alone. You have to partner with large tech platforms and bring them on board and say, okay, like a Google Cloud, AWS, bring them on board with you and say, okay, this is an ecosystem we want to create. We want to be able to connect with our journalists better. We want to be able to give them real time data and also enable and improve their performance. So I think it can be done. Lots of tools are available, and we can obviously discuss it and share some thoughts with you on that.
Thank you.
I think we had a very interesting and informative session, and thank you very much for attending this session. Thank you.
Thank you all for that very enlightening session. And as we move further, joining us next is Rajya Sabha MP from Punjab, Mr. Raghav Chadha. As we also thank all of you for being a part of this. Continuing, Mr. Raghav Chadha is the National Executive Member of the Aam Aadmi Party, a young legislator. Mr. Chadha will give us insights into how he perceives the change in the Indian media scenario, the proliferation of digital media and the prominence gained by digital platforms like YouTube, WhatsApp and other news applications and aggregators. Internet becomes the most used medium of news dissemination, and the regulation of the web faces opposition or for freedom's sake. Mr. Raghav Chadha also exchanging pleasantries, set to join us. I'd like to have you on stage, Mr. Chadha, giving us insights on the evolution and changing nature of news. And for this session, I'd also like to invite Mr. Rishabh Gulati, who will join us on stage with Mr. Raghav Chadha, Mr. Rishabh Gulati, Managing Editor, NewsX, in conversation with Raghav Chadha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our next session.
He's the youngest MP in the Rajya Sabha. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Regardless of politics, it's a life achievement, and he's going to be around in politics for a very long period of time. Raghav, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a very unique experience because my thanks to the chairman of NBF, the vice chairman, and the entire committee, that we are an industry where we have a service to perform. But as an industry, we have many common issues. And it's great to see a lot of stakeholders have come together, including Raghav Chadha. So Raghav Chadha, now you've been a national spokesperson for your party for very many years. How has your relationship and understanding and experience with the media evolved from then to now?
Look, I would define my relationship with the media over the last one decade of my being in public life as kuch khatta, kuch meetha. It's been a mix of both. And the journey started when I was, I think, only all of 22 or 21. When at that point in time, I didn't even get a full beard. And news anchors as well as co-panelists never took me seriously. So from that day to being a member of parliament in the upper house has been quite a journey. And I think I have also seen media over the last one decade evolve and change. Whether it's change for the good or change for the bad, that is of course something that's up for debate, and the jury is out on it. But the relationship has, as I said, has been khatta meetha. There have been times when media has been indulgent, media has been impartial, independent, objective, and there have of course been times when media essentially vis-a-vis our case, and I'm speaking from personal experience, performs the duty of not that of a watchdog but that of a bloodhound. And I've seen, I think, both extremes, both sides of the spectrum. Yeah.
But Raghav, you know, having watched the evolution of the Aam Aadmi Party, it's literally a revelation that has happened in the past decade. But there was once an energetic activist, Arvind Kejriwal, who was given a lot of exposure by the media. And it's the media who amplified his causes and did make a contribution to who he is today.
Look, there have been times in this country where pressure groups and social movements have got a lot of attention of the media. And that section of media, most certainly, that represented the sentiment of the people. And as a result, of course, since you refer to my leader, Mr. Kejriwal, as an activist in his earlier avatar, of course, during the India Against Corruption days, there was reportage and coverage around the movement and the cause of the movement, and that was primarily because it resonated with the people. It was something that the people also felt that was being echoed, and the cause of the movement met the cause of the people. However, when we became a political party, and let me disabuse you of this notion, we received perhaps the first and the worst media blackout. In our 49-day first government in the year 2013, you would remember, and if we were to rewind back to the December of 2013, you would find that my leader, the Chief Minister of Delhi, at that point in time, had registered an FIR against a leading industrialist of this country. He had shot off a letter to his anti-corruption branch, and a FIR subsequently was registered. As a result, that leading industrialist, who was also a big media baron, ensured that Aam Aadmi Party and the government of Delhi is blacked out from the media. So the 2015 election that we fought was despite the media blackout and in spite of no media coverage. So despite and in spite the media, through sheer grassroots support and political electoral hard work at the ground, we could come back with the highest ever majority that any political party has received.
Well, in a democracy, that's what matters, but it's an evolutionary thing, as I'm sure the party's been evolving. What is your assessment? Is there a neutral media? Is there a right, left, and center of media? But overall, does it give a balanced approach?
Look, to say that there is
स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, सशक्त नेतृत्व और दृढ़ संकल्प के परिणाम स्वरूप देश के सबसे बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल प्रोजेक्ट का शुभ आरंभ किया जा रहा है।
India is breaking away from the shackles of the past. But fake news continues. A counter-narrative devoid of fact permeates. The need of the hour is to reclaim our truth. One minister has been at the forefront of this journey.
और अभी जो फॉल्स नैरेटिव क्रिएट करते हैं हमारे जिन्होंने 2012 में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, वी बैडली नीड अ न्यू पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग, दिस वन सिंपली इजंट फंक्शनल एंड इज आउटडेटेड। ये 2012 का जयराम जी का एक आर्टिकल है।
A former diplomat, a fierce nationalist, a man committed to building India. Joining us now on the NBF National Conclave is the Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Hardeep Puri, on Future of News, Building India, Battling Fake News.
Calling on stage Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri and Mr. Arnab Goswami for this fireside chat. Let's have a huge round of applause for the gentlemen as we look forward to this chat.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. You're very popular. I must say this, that pre-lunch, I was just telling Mr. Puri that usually, you know, the audience thins out during the pre-lunch and the post-lunch session. Now, in our case, when you have Hardeep Puri as the pre-lunch session and Himanta Biswa Sarma as the post-lunch session, you don't have the problem. So a round of applause to him, please. He's a freewheeling speaker, and before I start, I want to tell you that he's my senior from Hindu College. And in Hindu College, you're either a senior or a facha, as they say. So I'm like a fresher asking you the questions, Mr. Puri. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Anyone who's had the privilege of being grilled by you in Republic, on Republic, or in Times Now before that, knows exactly what he's in for, and that is what makes it more worthwhile.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll try my bit. A headline: ignominy of building the Indian Parliament by breaking the law. Another headline: bit by bit and trick by trick. Mr. Puri, they're calling you a trickster. Bit by bit and trick by trick, how the Central Vista became a reality. And one last one: Sitaram Yechury. 20,000 crore central government money spent on the new house for the Prime Minister and other beautification schemes. Should I continue, or would you like to start?
No,
should I provoke you a bit more?
No.
These are the kind of headlines that you've attracted in the context of our... See, this is a news federation. In the context of the ongoing debate on fake news, etc., I'd like your response to this, please.
Thank you, Arnab. First of all, thank you for having me on your show this afternoon. I don't know whether this is pre-lunch or post-lunch, but I'm ready to be served here, you know. Look, I've been a student of the false narrative for longer than I can remember. I've also written a book in which I deal with the issue of the false narrative. But I think what we are facing here is not a false narrative in terms of an alternate set of facts. Arnab, I really think what we are dealing with here is a motivated, not properly thought through set of attacks against the government and in particular against the Chief Executive, the Honorable Prime Minister, on something on which if somebody had introspected and reflected on it, those who are producing that false narratives can only be losers. Let me explain. All those quotes you give, and there are many more that come to line. First of all, legality. My issue is who owns the land? The government owns the land. Where are government offices situated? In the capital city, many are situated outside and the government pays 1,000 crores by way of rentals. If the government owns the land, is it within its right to build or not to build? The answer is yes. So how can you say it is illegal? Then, lie upon lie. Now, first of all, I would be surprised if it came from people who are not educated or who are not aware of the environment within which they work. But let me share with your audience that I once appeared, and I think you had a clip on that there, when somebody brought to my attention a letter signed by 106 retired civil servants, amongst them former cabinet secretaries, amongst them former foreign secretaries. And the letter went on to say that the new parliament is being constructed because there is a feeling that the old parliament building is jinxed. Therefore, you need a new one. Then they went on to sign, put their signatures on that piece of paper which said, and Central Vista Avenue, what we now call Kartavya Path, is going to be completely destroyed because all the jamun trees will disappear, the green cover will be reduced, and Mummy, Daddy and Pappu will not be able to go for picnic there in the evening.
No, they said uprooting, why uprooting jamun trees for the Central Vista revamp is a terrible idea.
Now, I addressed that in the press conference and I said precisely what I'm going to say now. I said, ye kaun padhe likhe vidwan hai jinhone apna signature aise kagaz pe lagaya without either reading the contents or this thing. So it became fashionable to attack the government. So I took some of your colleagues, distinguished members of the Fourth Estate, to the Central Vista Avenue, what it was called then, Kartavya Path, when it was under construction. And I said, aren't you going to ask me कि वो जामुन trees जो uproot किए गए थे? So he said, हम आपसे पूछ नहीं सकते हैं because you're standing under one, full bloom. So from the Kartavya Path, not a single tree was uprooted. We replanted 101 acres of greenery. We built about 19 kilometers of additional footpath. We built 16 bridges over the water bodies because the path, Kartavya Path, previously beyond the water bodies was not accessible. So all that is done. Now it's there for everyone to see. I have been traveling relentlessly. And I asked, what is the likely footfall going to be over the weekend on one day? It says 100,000 people. Now the people have accepted it, but the quarters from which that false narrative was coming, one of your colleagues, one of our friends.
Why do you keep referring to them as my colleagues?
Because you indulge them. Yeah, like you indulge me, sometimes you indulge them. But no, okay, I should withdraw that. No, but somebody is fixated on that domesticated pet which has grown into a angry lion.
Yes.
Now,
3 angry lions.
3 angry lions. So I had to write a polite letter saying, look, my friend, the original Sarnath lion is on the ground. Its height is 1 meter. When you take an emblem and you have to put it on top of a parliament building, it's not on the ground level, it's at 33, 34 meters high, and it is 7.8 meters instead of 1 meter in terms of length. So you take something like this, obviously the mouth will also open up, and what you thought was a domesticated pet earlier now looks like a normal lion.
Yeah.
But they go on and on.
But I have a question for you. See, Mr. Puri, there are 78 channels part of this federation. I want to tell you about 3 years back we started the federation. We said these channels must have a voice. And we said we want to de-Lutyanize the media in India. Lutyens being not a demographic or a geographical idea, it's a state of mind. Mindset. So we are all de-Lutyanized in our mindset. Question to you, sir. These people can't even agree on how much you spent. Somebody says 20,000 crores. Anand Sharma says 25,000 crores. Somebody else, Randeep Surjewala, says 13,451 crores. They can't even agree on how much money you spent. But why do you care for them so much? In the sense, allow me to complete. One more side. Sir, this media is a very marginal media. These websites, with the respect to them, who sometimes react to you are very tiny, very small, and the only thing they enjoy is your response. And they like saying the odd thing, tweeting the odd thing. In terms of mass reach and mass impact, they are negligible. Sir, before you have 78 channels. Each of them would reach to crores of people each. There are some networks here who reach 500 million people on a monthly basis. Do you, since this is a federation of channels across India, do you feel too much emphasis is given to one or two websites or one or two channels that operate for a small and limited audience out of this city?
So I should be very careful before I answer that question.
Sir.
On the importance of the media, the importance of a federation, entirely I agree with you.
Okay.
In any democracy anchored in the rule of law, which believes in free speech, clearly whatever anyone says is important. But why does it become important, and why do I need to respond? Because if I don't respond, then who was it? Goebbels, who said that if you take a lie and repeat it 1,000 times, someone might start believing it. Why I said initially that they had not thought this through, because one day the building will be ready. And then the question is how much you spent or how big is the angry lion will be clear, whether the jamun trees are there or not. I make the limited submission to you and to your viewers that a government which is sensitive to what is said is better off than a government which is insensitive. People say that, there are certain tendencies which are, authoritarian. I have lived 39 years in countries abroad. I was a member of the Foreign Service. I don't know of any other country at any given point of time where the ruling democratically elected government is abused so roundly and in such vicious terms, and people say that democratic things are under this thing. The only time that democratic credentials were under threat in this country is when civil liberties were curtailed in 1975. Today, anyone can get up and abuse anyone. So I think good defamation, libel laws is the answer. But for a minister of the government, and today I must say, Modi ji's ministers are like chief operating officers in departments. Now, where you have to take cognizance even of criticism. Now you come to the question of cost. By anyone who knows anything, this is an open tendering business. So we have what are called budget estimates. And after the budget estimates, there is a system of floating tenders. Very often, the budget estimates are very realistic and the tender is close to that, but is always lower. I mean, if you can get a parliament building built, I don't remember offhand, but I think 1,200 crores.
Correct.
How is the Prime Minister's house, whenever it's built, going to cost 20,000 crores? I mean, it stands to reason. The total cost of the project, which means 8 new central secretariat buildings, all that. But we will only know when the tenders are done. We are at a very initial stage yet. We've done Kartavya Path. I think the budget estimate was, 600 crores or something like that, and we've got it done for, 450 or so, as far as I remember. So, as I said, this is not just make-believe, but they tried to create a narrative to somehow say that during the COVID pandemic, the government was being wasteful and building. I went hoarse trying to tell them that the COVID management is a completely different thing. And look, again, the facts speak for themselves. We have, rather the system, the Prime Minister's operation have resulted in 219 crore vaccine doses to be distributed free almost to all our citizens.
True.
Whenever I go into a public debate, I ask people, is there anyone amongst you who's not had 2 shots? Not a single. And I ask, many of you have had 3 shots? Hands go up. And what was the opposition saying then? Mr. Jairam Ramesh, one of the gentlemen whose quote you read, said the government is not completed the clinical trials for the domestically produced vaccine, Covaxin. Otherwise, government must have applied its mind, government must have done something. Now, I'm not sure if that argument being advanced then was designed to facilitate the import of expensive foreign vaccines.
You're saying political parties can become a conduit or lobbies for corporates?
Well, I'll give you another example. There is a Yuva Neta. Now, you don't require much imagination.
How old is he, sir?
Looks 25, maybe 50, I don't know. He turned around and said, Modi ji, hamare bachon ki vaccine kahan hai? And me in my normal style, I said, Rajasthan mein jahan aapki sarkar hai, uske wahan pe aapne कूड़े में फेंक दिया, और पंजाब में आपकी सरकार है, उस समय थी, वहां पे आप मुनाफाखोरी कर रहे हैं. So that vaccine, when we are talking about false news, false narrative, it's not anything I deal with. Anything I deal with. It comes. Because there are...
Is it changing? Because I saw recently things are changing, like a magazine that is constantly against India and keeps abusing India, maybe to reach out to a particular audience, has now started accepting that we are one of the fastest growing economies.
You know why it's changing?
Why?
Because the reality is asserting itself. You're right.
You're right. But
I'm 100% sure.
But I get angry. I'll tell you why I get angry. I'm told this is Bloomberg, I'm not sure. Look at this headline, gentlemen. And by the way, Mr. Puri, your next answer it will be my last question. Open it up. By the way, Mr. Puri has been one of the finest diplomats representing India globally and especially in the United Nations. So there is something we need to ask him here. When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy. Look at this. Britain drops to become the 6th largest economy.
I thought the one that is becoming something is the one which is...
No, see the next line. See the next line. The former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony. I'm talking to you about mindsets. You've talked to me about falsities, information war internally. But I also believe there is a greater battle externally. And I believe it's time we need a counter. I truly believe this country needs a stronger counter, but I'd like your thoughts on it.
But before you throw this open, I have just one small comment.
Please.
You know, as a student of history, I can tell you that we had republics in the east of India, Vaishali, hundreds of years before Christ. We are a 7,000-year-old civilization. That British exposure, look, I'm an admirer of the UK. I have a lot of friends, so I'll not go into that. You've studied there, so I have to be polite. But where? At Oxford, don't do that.
Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay. Now, issue is the British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that. So I totally say it's not that India has become the 5th largest economy. I want to add something to that. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2030.
Whoa. That's a good headline to give us, sir. 3rd largest by 2030.
I have no doubt about that.
That's incredible.
I travel all around the world on my job. Don't see this kind of economic buzz that I see in India anywhere in the world.
You and Jaishankar, Mr. Jaishankar, and you are the angry young men in this government now. Angry. You are a little more angry, and he's also angry. So it's like a Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor combination. you know, but we are enjoying it. I enjoy it when you go to the US and elegantly lose your cool when it comes to questions about our imports of oil from Russia, for example, right? I want to know from you how the Western world responds to you.
I told a young colleague who's a member of the Foreign Service who's now working in my ministry, and he said we are likely to come under this, that and the other. He was saying like pressure. I told him, young man, pressure is something, unless you're doing weight training, it's only something that can be felt in the mind. But if your mind is wired not to feel the pressure, I don't think there's anyone who can pressure Modi's India. Simply all that.
Fantastic. Okay, opening up to some questions. All right, Uday, let's rotate the mic around a bit. You got a mic rotating? Okay, I'll take 3 questions. Okay, any of the NBF members, anyone wants to put a question here? We'll put a couple of questions here. Anyone here? Anyone internally? Okay, Karthik's putting a question, then I'll take the mic behind.
Sir, Arnab just spoke about how Bloomberg had positioned India on becoming the 5th largest economy. Do you feel that the foreign media is fair to India in the way we have progressed in the last 8 years, and India's position in the world globally has become more formidable? Do you find that the global media is giving India its due credit, what it deserves?
Look, first of all, my distinguished colleague and friend in the Rajya Sabha, first of all, India is not looking for credit, point 1. Number 2, who is the foreign media? Now, most of the people I know in the foreign media who have any knowledge of India are the Indians working for the foreign media stationed in Delhi. Okay. Now, they have habitually got used to looking for that narrative where something is going wrong.
Correct.
It's been part of their DNA.
Snake
Arey
charmers
bhai, wo
logic.
barish aa gayi. One colleague of my dear friend, the host, one day it rained incessantly, and there were 2 or 3 inches of water which collected in that underpath and Kartavya path. He said, and this MP, who's from a state neighboring his, said, 6,000 crores down the tube. Because down the tube, is a play on words. Why? Because 3-inch barish aayi, you collect hogi, the whole central vista is destroyed. And they showed some old pictures. Okay? When it was under construction. Now, the chief operating officers of the department have to swing in. So I was abroad, I called the CPWD Director General and I said, yaar, wo kya? Kehta nahi, the camp photo to ye hai. To maine ki ye kaun si photo? To purani thi, whatever. Nahi. And then somebody working with him was so illiterate, he turned around and said, we have just uploaded it from Google. But the uploading time is, you can upload an old photo and the time which will be shown will be when
by that time it's gone over the world.
By that time it's gone all over the world. Look, there is a sneaking streak, admiration and appreciation for what India has done. Even our worst critics will tell you India's COVID management, its healthcare sector reform, its contribution to sustainability, green energy, is second to none. Plus, the economy is growing at 7% for heaven's sake, at a time when the largest economy is in a quarter-to-quarter recession, when countries in Europe are today in financial straits. So there is admiration. Is everybody happy about it? I'm sorry, Karthika, let me tell you, in our own system, we have 10 friends, 2 do very well. So thoda sa to, अरे ये कैसे निकल गया? वो इंडिया में एक और होता था, यार, remember when you were much younger, when we were in the university, we used to call it the crab mentality. If a crab tries to grow up, all the others combine to pull him down. Yeah. So itni kharab nahi hai, but the fact of the matter is, why do you have countries lining up to visit India? Why is the Prime Minister on a personal level in a very dynamic, interactive summit diplomacy thing with all the leaders of the world? And the facts speak for themselves. There's a large country which is completely in lockdown, the major cities. And here I don't see a single one of us wearing a mask.
Sir, one more question. Just one more. Let me take it back, Karthik. One more. pass it on to any one person, please, in the audience. Yeah, I know you've got lots of questions, but...
Lots of hands coming
lots
up, but yes. Mr. Puri, can you just tell about this Ukraine-Russia war going on? How long it will continue and what are the political...
You should address that question.
Mr. Jaishankar, okay,
You
we'll
should
pass
address
that.
that question
We'll take
to
another
my
question.
colleague or to
One more question.
the presidents of the two countries or the others involved in supporting them.
Sir, I come from the 6th largest economy in the world, so I'm a little ashamed to be in front of you. But may I ask, you have covered this subject of battling fake news with great, really very, very good attitude to it. Why then is it necessary for government to intervene against fake news when the truth surely should be the best tool in battling fake news?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure whether I understood the question, but if I think I got, there may have been a sound issue involved.
What is the why does the government need to have a role at all in countering fake news? Shouldn't the truth speak up for itself?
Yes,
Is more or less
truth is the best defense in all cases. Only problem is when you have the responsibility of running a government and a piece of false news goes around, social media, mobilization, etc., it can create devastating consequences. Let me give you, if somebody spreads the news that there has been a social disturbance somewhere,
right,
and the root goes away and says, well, denominationally this is happening, minority community, government does not need to counter everything. Therefore, everything that's written about me or my ministry, I don't counter. I follow our host's example and say, let the facts speak for them.
Correct.
But sometimes it becomes necessary in order to contain the damage.
Well, Mr. Puri, all I'll tell you is we love the way in which you fiercely counter the narrative. More power to you. And thank you very much for coming for the NBF summit, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Sir,
very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hardeep Singh Puri ji, for joining us in that riveting session, and thank you, Mr. Arnav Goswami, for moderating that session. We will, of course, be continuing these conversations through the day, of course, today, Niranjan, as we move forward in the NBF.
Yes, we're breaking for lunch for exactly 20 minutes. 20-minute lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it has to be a quick lunch because we have the Assam Chief Minister coming up after that. Requesting everyone to reconvene at 2:50 p.m. At 2:50 we reconvene and we have a superb lineup in the second half. At 2:50 p.m.
पहले रेस की होगी ना।
इसका सेंटर आउट है ऊपर वाली का, ये इसका सेंटर दो मुझे तब आएगी लाइट। ऊपर वाली देना था खड़े होके, इससे ऊपर जो खड़ी है।